Annals of a Quiet Neighborhood by George Macdonald. Chapter 1. Despondency and Consolation. Before I begin to tell you some of the things I have seen and heard, in both of which I have had to take a share, now from the compulsion of my office space, now from the leading of my own heart, and now from that destiny which, including both, so often throws the man who supposed himself a mere onlooker into the very vortex of events. That destiny which took form to the old pagans as a grey mist high beyond the heads of their gods, but to us is known as an infinite love, revealed in the mystery of man. I say before I begin, it is fitting that, in the absence of a common friend to do that office for me, I should introduce myself to your acquaintance, and I hope coming friendship. Nor can there be any impropriety in my telling you about myself, seeing I remain concealed behind my own words. You can never look me in the eyes, though you may look me in the soul. You may find me out, find my faults, my vanities, my sins, but you will not see me, at least in this world. To you I am but a voice of revealing, not a form of vision, therefore I am bold behind the mask, to speak to you heart to heart, bold, I say, just so much the more that I do not speak to you face to face. And when we meet in heaven, well, there I know there is no hiding, there is no reason for hiding anything, there the whole desire will be alternate revelation and vision. I am now getting old, faster and faster. I cannot help my gray hairs, nor the wrinkles that gather so slowly yet ruthlessly, no, nor the quaver that will come in my voice, not the sense of being feeble in the knees, even when I walk only across the floor of my study. But I have not got used to age yet. I do not feel one atom older than I did at 23. Nay, to tell all the truth, I feel a good deal younger. For then I only felt that a man had to take up his cross, whereas now I feel that a man has to follow him, and that makes an unspeakable difference. When my voice quavers, I feel that it is mine and not mine, that it just belongs to me like my watch, which does not go well now, though it went well 30 years ago, not more than a minute out in a month. And when I feel my knees shake, I think of them with a kind of pity, as I used to think of an old mare of my father's of which I was very fond when I was a lad, and which bore me across many a field and over many a fence, but which at last came to have the same weakness in her knees that I have in mine, and she knew it too, and took care of them, and so of herself, in a wise equine fashion. These things are not me, or I, if the grammarians like it better. They are not me, I say I have them, and, please God, shall soon have better. For it is not a pleasant thing for a young man, or a young woman either, I venture to say, to have an old voice, and a wrinkled face, and weak knees, and grey hair, or no hair at all. And if any moral Philistine, as our queer German brothers over the northern fish pond would call him, say that this is all rubbish, for that we are old, I would answer, of all children how can the children of God be old? So little do I give in to calling this outside of me, that I should not mind presenting a minute description of my own person, such as would at once clear me from any suspicion of vanity in so introducing myself. Not that my honesty would result in the least from indifference to the external, but from comparative indifference to the transitional, not to the transitional in itself, which is of eternal significance and result, but to the particular form of imperfection which it may have reached at any individual moment of its infinite progression towards the complete. For no sooner have I spoken the word now, than that now is dead, and another is dying. Nay, in such a regard, there is no now, only a past of which we know a little, and a future of which we know far less, and far more. But I will not speak at all of this body of my earthly tabernacle, for it is on the whole more pleasant to forget all about it. And besides, I do not want to set any of my readers, to whom I would have the pleasure of speaking far more openly and cordially than if they were seated on the other side of my writing table, I do not want to set them wondering whether the vicar be this vicar or that vicar, or indeed to run the risk of giving the offence I might give, if I were anything else than a wandering voice. I did not feel as I feel now when first I came to this parish, for, as I have said, I am now getting old very fast. True, I was 30 when I was made a vicar, an age at which a man might be expected to be beginning to grow wise, but even then I had much yet to learn. I well remember the first evening on which I wandered out from the vicarage to take a look about me, to find out, in short, where I was, and what aspect the sky and earth here presented. Strangely enough, I had never been here before, for the presentation had been made me while I was abroad. I was depressed. It was depressing weather. Grave doubts as to whether I was in my place in the church would keep rising and floating about, like rain clouds within me. Not that I doubted about the church, I only doubted about myself. Were my motives pure? What were my motives? And, to tell the truth, I did not know what my motives were, and therefore I could not answer about the purity of them. Perhaps, seeing we are in this world in order to become pure, it would be expecting too much of any young man, that he should be absolutely certain that he was pure in anything. But the question followed very naturally, had I then any right to be in the church, to be eating her bread and drinking her wine without knowing whether I was fit to do her work? To which the only answer I could find was, the church is part of God's world. He makes men to work, and work of some sort must be done by every honest man. Somehow or other, I hardly know how, I find myself in the church. I do not know that I am fitter for any other work. I see no other work to do. There is work here which I can do after some fashion. With God's help I will try to do it well. This resolution brought me some relief, but still I was depressed. It was depressing weather. I may as well say that I was not married then, and that I firmly believed I never should be married, not from any ambition taking the form of self-denial, nor yet from any notion that God takes pleasure in being a hard master, but there was a lady, well, I will be honest, as I would be. I had been refused a few months before, which I think was the best thing ever happened to me except one. That one, of course, was when I was accepted. But this is not much to the purpose now. Only it was depressing weather. For is it not depressing when the rain is falling, and the steam of it is rising? When the river is crawling along muddily, and the horses stand stock still in the meadows with their spines in a straight line, from the ears to where they fail utterly, in the tails. I should only put on galoshes now, and think of the days when I despised damp. Ah! It was mental waterproof that I needed then, for let me despise damp as much as I would, I could neither keep it out of my mind, nor help suffering the spiritual rheumatism which it occasioned. Now, the damp never gets farther than my galoshes and my mackintosh. And for that worst kind of rheumatism, I never feel it now. But I had begun to tell you about that first evening. I had arrived at the vicarage the night before, and it had rained all day, and was still raining, though not so much. I took my umbrella and went out, for as I wanted to do my work well, everything taking far more the shape of work to me then, and duty, than it does now, though, even now, I must confess things have occasionally to be done by the clergyman because there is no one else to do them, and hardly from other motive than a sense of duty, a man not being able to shirk work because it may happen to be dirty. I say, as I wanted to do my work well, or rather, perhaps, because I dreaded drudgery as much as any poor fellow who comes to the treadmill in consequence. I wanted to interest myself in it, and therefore I would go and fall in love, first of all, if I could, with the country round about. And my first step beyond my own gate was up to the ankles in mood. Therewith, curiously enough, arose the distracting thought how I could possibly preach to good sermons a Sunday to the same people, when one of the sermons was in the afternoon instead of the evening, to which latter I had been accustomed in the large town in which I had formerly officiated as curate in a proprietary chapel. I, who had declaimed indignantly against excitement from without, who had been inclined to exalt the intellect at the expense even of the heart, began to fear that there must be something in the darkness, and the gas lights, and the crowd of faces, to account for a man's being able to preach a better sermon, and for servant girls preferring to go out in the evening. Alas! I had now to preach, as I might judge with all probability beforehand, to a company of rustics, of thought yet slower than of speech, unaccustomed in fact to think at all, and that in the sleepiest, deadest part of the day, when I could hardly think myself, and when, if the weather should be at all warm, I could not expect many of them to be awake. And what good might I look for as the result of my labor? How could I hope in these men and women to kindle that fire which, in the old days of the outpouring of the Spirit, made men live with the sense of the kingdom of heaven about them, and the expectation of something glorious at hand, just outside that invisible door, which lay between the worlds? I have learned since that perhaps I overrated the spirituality of those times, and underrated, not being myself spiritual enough to see all about me, the spirituality of these times. I think I have learned since that the parson of a parish must be content to keep the upper windows of his mind open to the holy winds and the pure lights of heaven, and the side windows of tone, of speech, of behavior open to the earth, to let forth upon his fellow men the tenderness and truth which those upper influences bring forth in any region exposed to their operation, believing in his master. Such a servant shall not make haste, shall feel no feverish desire to behold the work of his hands, shall be content to be as his master, who waits long for the fruits of his earth. But surely I am getting older than I thought, for I keep wandering away from my subject, which is this, my first walk in my new cure. My excuse is that I want my reader to understand something of the state of my mind, and the depression under which I was laboring. He will perceive that I desired to do some work worth calling by the name of work, and that I did not see how to get hold of a beginning. I had not gone far from my own gate before the rain ceased, though it was still gloomy enough for any amount to follow. I drew down my umbrella, and began to look about me. The stream on my left was so swollen that I could see its brown in patches, through the green of the meadows, along its banks. A little in front of me, the road, rising quickly, took a sharp turn to pass along an old stone bridge that spanned the water with a single fine arch, somewhat pointed, and through the arch I could see the river stretching away up through the meadows, its banks bordered with pollards. Now, pollards always made me miserable. In the first place, they look ill-used; in the next place, they look tame; in the third place, they look very ugly. I had not learned then to honor them on the ground that they yield not a jot to the adversity of their circumstances, that if they must be pollards, they still will be trees, and what they may not do with grace, they will yet do with bounty, that, in short, their life bursts forth, despite of all that is done to repress and destroy their individuality. When you have once learned to honor anything, love is not very far off, at least that has always been my experience. But, as I have said, I had not yet learned to honor pollards, and therefore they made me more miserable than I was already. When, having followed the road, I stood at last on the bridge, and, looking up and down the river through the misty air, saw 2 long rows of these pollards diminishing till they vanished in both directions, the sight of them took from me all power of enjoying the water beneath me, the green fields around me, or even the old-world beauty of the little bridge upon which I stood, although all sorts of bridges have been from very infancy a delight to me. For I am one of those who never get rid of their infantile predilections, and to have once enjoyed making a mud bridge was to enjoy all bridges forever. I saw a man in a white smock frock coming along the road beyond, but I turned my back to the road, leaned my arms on the parapet of the bridge, and stood gazing where I saw no visions, namely, at those very poplars. I heard the man's footsteps coming up the crown of the arch, but I would not turn to greet him. I was in a selfish humor if ever I was, for surely if ever one man ought to greet another, it was upon such a comfortless afternoon. The footsteps stopped behind me, and I heard a voice. "I beg your pardon, sir, but be you the new vicar?" I turned instantly and answered, "I am. Do you want me?" "I wanted to see your face, sir, that was all, if ye'll not take it amiss." Before me stood a tall old man with his hat in his hand, clothed, as I have said, in a white smock frock. He smoothed his short grey hair with his curved palm down over his forehead as he stood. His face was of a red-brown, from much exposure to the weather. There was a certain look of roughness, without hardness, in it, which spoke of endurance rather than resistance, although he could evidently set his face as a flint. His features were large and a little coarse, but the smile that parted his lips when he spoke shone in his grey eyes as well, and lighted up a countenance in which a man might trust. "I wanted to see your face, sir, if you'll not take it amiss." "Certainly not," I answered, pleased with the man's address, as he stood square before me, looking as modest as fearless. The sight of a man's face is what everybody has a right to, but, for all that, I should like to know why you want to see my face. "Why, sir, you be the new vicar. You kindly told me so when I asked you." "Well, then, you'll see my face on Sunday in church, that is, if you happen to be there." For, although some might think it the more dignified way, I could not take it as a matter of course that he would be at church. A man might have better reasons for staying away from church than I had for going, even though I was the parson, and it was my business. Some clergymen separate between themselves and their office to a degree which I cannot understand. To assert the dignities of my office seems to me very like exalting myself, and when I have had a twinge of conscience about it, as has happened more than once, I have then found comfort in these 2 texts. The Son of Man came not to be ministered unto but to minister, and it is enough that the servant should be as his master. Neither have I ever been able to see the very great difference between right and wrong in a clergyman, and right and wrong in another man. All that I can pretend to have yet discovered comes to this, that what is right in another man is right in a clergyman, and what is wrong in another man is much worse in a clergyman. Here, however, is one more proof of approaching age. I do not mean the opinion, but the digression. "Well, then," I said, "you'll see my face in church on Sunday, if you happen to be there." "Yes, sir, but you see, sir, on the bridge here, the parson is the parson like, and I'm old Rogers, and I looks in his face, and he looks in mine, and I says to myself, this is my parson. But o' Sundays he's nobody's parson, he's got his work to do, and it mun be done, and there's an end on tea." That there was a real idea in the old man's mind was considerably clearer than the logic by which he tried to bring it out. "Did you know parson that's gone, sir?" he went on. "No," I answered. "Oh, sir. He was a good parson. Many's the time he come and sit at my son's bedside, him that's dead and gone, sir, for a long hour, on a Saturday night, too. And then when I see him up in the desk the next morning, I'd say to myself, 'Old Rogers, that's the same man as sat by your son's bedside last night.' Think o' that, Old Rogers. But, somehow, I never did feel right sure o' that same. He didn't seem to have the same cut, somehow, and he didn't talk a bit the same. And when he spoke to me after sermon, in the churchyard, I was always of a mind to go into the church, again, and look up to the pulpit to see, if he were really out of it, for this warn't the same man, you see. But you'll know all about it better than I can tell you, sir. Only I always liked parson better out o' the pulpit, and that's how I come to want to make you look at me, sir, instead o' the water down there, afore I see you in the church tomorrow morning." The old man laughed a kindly laugh, but he had set me thinking, and I did not know what to say to him all at once. So after a short pause, he resumed, "You'll be thinking me a queer kind of a man, sir, to speak to my betters before my betters speaks to me. But mayhap you don't know what a parson is to us poor folk that has ne'er a friend more larned than theirselves but the parson. And besides, sir, I'm an old salt, an old man o' war's man, and I've been all round the world, sir, and I hop in all sorts o' company, pirates and all, sir, and I ain't a bit frightened of a parson. No, I love a parson, sir. And I'll tell you for why, sir. He's got a good telescope, and he gets to the masthead, and he looks out, and he sings out, 'Land ahead,' or 'Breakers ahead,' and gives directions accordin'. Only I can't always make out what he says. But when he shuts up his spyglass, and comes down the riggin' and talks to us like one man to another, then I don't know what I should do without the parson. Good evening to you, sir, and welcome to Marshmallows." The pollards did not look half so dreary. The river began to glimmer a little, and the old bridge had become an interesting old bridge. The country altogether was rather nice than otherwise. I had found a friend already, that is, a man to whom I might possibly be of some use, and that was the most precious friend I could think of in my present situation and mood. I had learned something from him too, and I resolved to try all I could to be the same man in the pulpit that I was out of it. Some may be inclined to say that I would better have formed the resolution to be the same man out of the pulpit that I was in it. But the one will go quite right with the other. Out of the pulpit I would be the same man I was in it, seeing and feeling the realities of the unseen, and in the pulpit I would be the same man I was out of it, taking facts as they are, and dealing with things as they show themselves in the world. One other occurrence before I went home that evening, and I shall close the chapter. I hope I shall not write another so dull as this. I dare not promise, though, for this is a new kind of work to me. Before I left the bridge, while, in fact, I was contemplating the pollards with if not of favor, yet of diminished dismay, the sun, which, for anything I knew of his whereabouts, either from knowledge of the country, aspect of the evening, or state of my own feelings, might have been down for an hour or two, burst his cloudy bands, and blazed out as if he had just risen from the dead, instead of being just about to sink into the grave. Do not tell me that my figure wasn't true, for that the sun never sinks into the grave, else I will retort that it is just as true of the sun as of a man, for that no man sinks into the grave. He only disappears. Life is a constant sunrise, which death cannot interrupt any more than the night can swallow up the sun. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living, for all live unto him. Well, the sun shone out gloriously. The whole sweep of the gloomy river answered him in gladness. The wet leaves of the pollards quivered and glanced. The meadows offered up their perfect green, fresh and clear out of the trouble of the rain. And away in the distance, upon a rise in ground covered with trees, glittered a weathercock. What if I found afterwards that it was only on the roof of a stable? It shone, and that was enough. And when the sun had gone below the horizon, and the fields and the river were dusky once more, there it glittered still over the darkening earth, a symbol of that faith which is the evidence of things not seen, and it made my heart swell as at a chant from the prophet Isaiah. What matter then whether it hung over a stable roof or a church tower? I stood up and wandered a little farther, off the bridge and along the road. I had not gone far before I passed a house, out of which came a young woman leading a little boy. They came after me, the boy gazing at the red and gold and green of the sunset sky. As they passed me, the child said, "Auntie, I think I should like to be a painter." "Why?" returned his companion. "Because then," answered the child, "I could help God to paint the sky." What his aunt replied I do not know, for they were presently beyond my hearing. But I went on answering him myself, all the way home. Did God care to paint the sky of an evening, that a few of his children might see it, and get just a hope, just an aspiration, out of its passing green, and gold, and purple, and red? And should I think my day's labor lost, if it wrought no visible salvation in the earth? But was the child's aspiration in vain? Could I tell him God did not want his help to paint the sky? True, he could mount no scaffold against the infinite of the glowing west. But might he not with his little palette and brush, when the time came, show his brothers and sisters what he had seen there, and make them see it too? Might he not thus come, after long trying, to help God to paint this glory of vapor and light inside the minds of his children? Ah! If any man's work is not with God, its results shall be burned, ruthlessly burned, because poor and bad. So, for my part, I said to myself, as I walked home, if I can put one touch of a rosy sunset into the life of any man or woman of my cure, I shall feel that I have worked with God. He is in no haste, and if I do what I may in earnest, I need not mourn if I work no great work on the earth. Let God make his sunsets. I will model my little fading cloud, to help the growth of a thought that struggles towards the light, to brush with gentle hand the earth stain from the white of one snowdrop, such be my ambition. So shall I scale the rocks in front, not leave my name carved upon those behind me. People talk about special providences. I believe in the providences, but not in the specialty. I do not believe that God lets the thread of my affairs go for 6 days, and on the 7th evening takes it up for a moment. The so-called special providences are no exception to the rule. They are common to all men at all moments. But it is a fact that God's care is more evident in some instances of it than in others, to the dim and often bewildered vision of humanity. Upon such instances men seize and call them providences. It is well that they can, but it would be gloriously better if they could believe that the whole matter is one grand providence. I was one of such men at the time, and could not fail to see what I called a special providence in this, that on my first attempt to find where I stood in the scheme of Providence, and while I was discouraged with regard to the work before me, I should fall in with these two. an old man whom I could help, and a child who could help me, the one opening an outlet for my labor and my love, and the other reminding me of the highest source of the most humbling comfort, that in all my work I might be a fellow worker with God? Chapter 2. My first Sunday at Marshmallows. These events fell on the Saturday night. On the Sunday morning, I read prayers and preached. Never before had I enjoyed so much the petitions of the church, which Hooker calls the sending of angels upward, or the reading of the lessons, which he calls the receiving of angels descended from above. And whether from the newness of the parson or the love of the service, certainly a congregation more intent or more responsive, a clergyman will hardly find. But, as I had feared, it was different in the afternoon. The people had dined, and the usual somnolence had followed, nor could I find in my heart to blame men and women who worked hard all the week for being drowsy on the day of rest. So I curtailed my sermon as much as I could, omitting page after page of my manuscript, and when I came to a close, was rewarded by perceiving an agreeable surprise upon many of the faces round me. I resolved that, in the afternoons at least, my sermons should be as short as heart could wish. But that afternoon there was at least one man of the congregation who was neither drowsy nor inattentive. Repeatedly my eyes left the page off which I was reading and glanced towards him. Not once did I find his eyes turned away from me. There was a small loft in the west end of the church, in which stood a little organ, whose voice, weakened by years of praising, and possibly of neglect, had yet, among a good many tones that were rough, wooden, and reedy, a few remaining that were as mellow as ever praiseful heart could wish to praise withal. And these came in amongst the rest like trusting thoughts amidst eating cares, like the faces of children born in the arms of a crowd of anxious mothers, like hopes that are young prophecies amidst the downward sweep of events. For, though I do not understand music, I have a keen ear for the perfection of the single tone, or the completeness of the harmony. But of this organ more by and by. Now this little gallery was something larger than was just necessary for the organ, and its ministrants, and a few of the parishioners, had chosen to sit in its front. Upon this occasion there was no one there, but the man to whom I have referred. The space below this gallery was not included in the part of the church used for the service. It was claimed by the gardener of the place, that is the sexton, to hold his gardening tools. There were a few ancient carvings in wood lying in it, very brown in the dusky light that came through a small lancet window, opening, not to the outside, but into the tower, itself dusky with an enduring twilight. And there were some broken old headstones, and the kindly spade and pickaxe, but I have really nothing to do with these now, for I am, as it were, in the pulpit, whence one ought to look beyond such things as these. Rising against the screen which separated this mouldy portion of the church from the rest, stood an old monument of carved wood, once brilliantly painted in the portions that bore the arms of the family over whose vault it stood, but now all bare and worn, itself gently flowing away into the dust it commemorated. It lifted its gablet, carved to look like a canopy, till its apex was on a level with the book-board, on the front of the organ loft, and over, in fact upon this apex, appeared the face of the man whom I have mentioned. It was a very remarkable countenance, pale, and very thin, without any hair, except that of thick eyebrows that far overhung keen, questioning eyes. Short bushy hair, grey, not white, covered a well-formed head with a high narrow forehead. As I have said, those keen eyes kept looking at me from under their grey eyebrows, all the time of the sermon, intelligently without doubt, but whether sympathetically or otherwise, I could not determine. And indeed I hardly know yet. My vestry door opened upon a little group of graves, simple and green, without headstone or slab, poor graves, the memory of whose occupants no one had cared to preserve. Good men must have preceded me here, else the poor would not have lain so near the chancel and the vestry door. All about and beyond were stones, with here and there a monument, for mine was a large parish, and there were old and rich families in it, more of which buried their dead here than assembled their living. But close by the vestry door, there was this little billowy lake of grass. And at the end of the narrow path leading from the door was the churchyard wall, with a few steps on each side of it, that the parson might pass at once from the churchyard into his own shrubbery, here tangled, almost matted, from luxuriance of growth. But I would not creep out the back way from among my people. That way might do very well to come in by, but to go out, I would use the door of the people. So I went along the church, a fine old place, such as I had never hoped to be presented to, and went out by the door in the north side, into the middle of the churchyard. The door on the other side was chiefly used by the few gentry of the neighbourhood, and the like gate, with its covered way, for the main road had once passed on that side, was shared between the coffins and the carriages, the dead who had no rank but one, that of the dead, and the living who had more money than their neighbours. For, let the old gentry disclaim it as they may, mere wealth, derived from whatever source, will sooner reach their level than poor antiquity, or the rarest refinement of personal worth, although, to be sure, the oldest of them will sooner give to the rich their sons or their daughters to wed, to love if they can, to have children by, than they will yield a jot of their ancestral preeminence, or acknowledge any equality in their sons or daughters-in-law. The carpenter's son is to them an old myth, not an everlasting fact. To mammon alone will they yield a little of their rank, none of it to Christ. Let me glorify God, that Jesus took not on him the nature of nobles, but the seed of Adam. For what could I do without my poor brothers and sisters? I passed along the church to the northern door, and went out. The churchyard lay in bright sunshine. All the rain and gloom were gone. If one could only bring this glory of sun and grass into one's hope for the future, thought I, and looking down I saw the little boy who aspired to paint the sky, looking up in my face with mingled confidence and awe. Do you trust me, my little man? Thought I. You shall trust me then. But I won't be a priest to you, I'll be a big brother. For the priesthood passes away, the brotherhood endures. The priesthood passes away, swallowed up in the brotherhood. It is because men cannot learn simple things, cannot believe in the brotherhood, that they need a priesthood. But as Dr. Arnold said of the Sunday, they do need it. And I, for one, am sure that the priesthood needs the people much more than the people needs the priesthood. So I stooped and lifted the child, and held him in my arms. And the little fellow looked at me one moment longer, and then put his arms gently round my neck. And so we were friends. When I had set him down, which I did presently, for I shuddered at the idea of the people thinking that I was showing off the clergyman, I looked at the boy. In his face was great sweetness, mingled with great rusticity, and I could not tell whether he was the child of gentle folk or of peasants. He did not say a word, but walked away to join his aunt, who was waiting for him at the gate of the churchyard. He kept his head turned towards me, however, as he went, so that, not seeing where he was going, he stumbled over the grave of a child, and fell in the hollow on the other side. I ran to pick him up. His aunt reached him at the same moment. "Oh, thank you, sir," she said as I gave him to her, with an earnestness which seemed to me disproportionate to the deed, and carried him away with a deep blush over all her countenance. At the churchyard gate, the old man of war's man was waiting to have another look at me. His hat was in his hand, and he gave a pull to the short hair over his forehead, as if he would gladly take that off too, to show his respect for the new parson. I held out my hand gratefully. It could not close around the hard, unyielding mass of fingers which met it. He did not know how to shake hands, and left it all to me. But pleasure sparkled in his eyes. "My old woman would like to shake hands with you, sir," he said. Beside him stood his old woman, in a portentous bonnet, beneath whose gay yellow ribbons appeared a dusky old face, wrinkled like a ship's timbers, out of which looked a pair of keen black eyes, where the best beauty, that of loving kindness, had not merely lingered, but triumphed. "I shall be in to see you soon," I said, as I shook hands with her. "I shall find out where you live." "Down by the mill," she said, "close by it, sir. There's one bed in our garden that always thrives, in the hottest summer, by the plash from the mill, sir." "Ask for old Rogers, sir," said the man. "Everybody knows old Rogers. But if your reverence minds what my wife says, you won't go wrong. When you find the river, it takes you to the mill, and when you find the mill, you find the wheel, and when you find the wheel, you haven't far to look for the cottage, sir. It's a poor place, but you'll be welcome, sir." Chapter 3. My first Monday at Marshmallows. The next day I might expect some visitors. It is a fortunate thing that English society now regards the parson as a gentleman, else he would have little chance of being useful to the upper classes. But I wanted to get a good start of them, and see some of my poor before my rich came to see me. So after breakfast, on as lovely a Monday in the beginning of autumn as ever came to comfort a clergyman in the reaction of his efforts to feed his flock on the Sunday, I walked out and took my way to the village. I strove to dismiss from my mind every feeling of doing duty, of performing my part, and all that. I had a horror of becoming a moral policeman as much as of doing church. I would simply enjoy the privilege, more open to me in virtue of my office space, of ministering. But as no servant has a right to force his service, so I would be the neighbor only, until such time as the opportunity of being the servant should show itself. The village was as irregular as a village should be, partly consisting of those white houses with intersecting parallelograms of black, which still abound in some regions of our island. Just in the center, however, grouping about an old house of red brick, which had once been a manorial residence, but was now subdivided in all modes that analytic ingenuity could devise, rose a portion of it which, from one point of view, might seem part of an old town. But you had only to pass round any one of three visible corners to see stacks of wheat and a farm yard, while in another direction the houses went straddling away into a wood that looked very like the beginning of a forest, of which some of the village orchards appeared to form part. From the street the slow, winding, poplar-bordered stream was here and there just visible. I did not quite like to have it between me and my village. I could not help preferring that homely relation in which the houses are built up like swallow nests onto the very walls of the cathedrals themselves, to the arrangement here, where the river flowed, with what flowed there was in it, between the church and the people. A little way beyond the farther end of the village appeared an iron gate of considerable size, dividing a lofty stone wall. and upon the top of that one of the stone pillars supporting the gate, which I could see, stood a creature of stone, whether natant, volant, possunt, couchant, or rampant, I could not tell, only it looked like something terrible enough for a quite antediluvian heraldry. As I passed along the street, wondering with myself what relations between me and these houses were hidden in the future, my eye was caught by the window of a little shop, in which strings of beads and elephants of gingerbread formed the chief samples of the goods within. It was a window much broader than it was high, divided into lozenge-shaped panes. Wondering what kind of old woman presided over the treasures in this cave of Aladdin, I thought to make a first of my visits by going in and buying something. But I hesitated, because I could not think of anything I was in want of, at least that the old woman was likely to have. To be sure, I wanted a copy of Bengal's Nomen, but she was not likely to have that. I wanted the fourth plate in the third volume of Laws, then she was not likely to have that either. I did not care for gingerbread, and I had no little girl to take home beads to. But why should I not go in without an ostensible errand? For this reason, there are dissenters everywhere, and I could not tell but I might be going into the shop of a dissenter. Now, though, I confess, nothing would have pleased me better than that all the dissenters should return to their old home in the church. I could not endure the suspicion of laying myself out to entice them back, by canvassing, or using any personal influence. Whether they returned or not, however, and I did not expect many would, I hoped still, some day, to stand towards every one of them in the relation of the parson of the parish, that is, one of whom each might feel certain that he was ready to serve him or her at any hour when he might be wanted to render a service. In the meantime, I could not help hesitating. I had almost made up my mind to ask if she had a small pocket compass, for I had seen such things in little country shops, I am afraid only in France, though, when the door opened, and out came the little boy whom I had already seen twice, and who was therefore one of my oldest friends in the place. He came across the road to me, took me by the hand, and said, "Come and see Mother." "Where, my dear?" I asked. "In the shop there," he answered. "Is it your mother's shop?" "Yes." I said no more, but accompanied him. Of course my expectation of seeing an old woman behind the counter had vanished, but I was not in the least prepared for the kind of woman I did see. The place was half a shop and half a kitchen. A yard or so of counter stretched inwards from the door, just as a hint to those who might be intrusively inclined. Beyond this, by the chimney corner, sat the mother, who rose as we entered. She was certainly one, I do not say of the most beautiful, but, until I have time to explain further, of the most remarkable women I had ever seen. Her face was absolutely white, no pale cream color, except her lips and a spot upon each cheek, which glowed with a deep carmine. You would have said she had been painting, and painting very inartistically, so little was the red shaded into the surrounding white. Now this was certainly not beautiful. Indeed, it occasioned a strange feeling, almost of terror, at first, for she reminded one of the spectre woman in the rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. But when I got used to her complexion, I saw that the form of her features was quite beautiful. She might indeed have been lovely but for a certain hardness, which showed through the beauty. This might have been the result of ill health, ill endured, but I doubted it. For there was a certain modelling of the cheeks and lips which showed that the teeth within were firmly closed, and, taken with the look of the eyes and forehead, seemed the expression of a constant and bitter self-command. But there were indubitable marks of ill health upon her, notwithstanding, for not to mention her complexion, her large dark eye was burning, as if the lamp of life had broken, and the oil was blazing, and there was a slight expansion of the nostrils, which indicated physical unrest. But her manner was perfectly, almost dreadfully, quiet, her voice soft, low, and chiefly expressive of indifference. She spoke without looking me in the face, but did not seem either shy or ashamed. Her figure was remarkably graceful, though to warrant to be beautiful. Here was a strange Parisianer for me, in a country toy shop, too. As soon as the little fellow had brought me in, he shrunk away through a half-open door that revealed a stair behind. "What can I do for you, sir?" said the mother, coldly, and with a kind of book propriety of speech, as she stood on the other side of the little counter, prepared to open box or drawer at command. "To tell the truth, I hardly know," I said. "I am the new vicar, but I do not think that I should have come in to see you just today, if it had not been that your little boy there, where is he gone to?" "He asked me to come in and see his mother. He is too ready to make advances to strangers, sir." She said this in an incisive tone. "Oh, but," I answered, "I am not a stranger to him. I have met him twice before. He is a little darling. I assure you he has quite gained my heart." No reply for a moment. Then just, "Indeed," and nothing more. I could not understand it. But a jar on a shelf, marked tobacco, rescued me from the most pressing portion of the perplexity, namely, what to say next. "Will you give me 1/4 pound of tobacco?" I said. The woman turned, took down the jar, arranged the scales, weighed out the quantity, wrapped it up, took the money, and all without one other word than, "Thank you, sir," which was all I could return, with the addition of, "Good morning." For nothing was left me but to walk away with my parcel in my pocket. The little boy did not show himself again. I had hoped to find him outside. Pondering, speculating, I now set out for the meal, which, I had already learned, was on the village side of the river. Coming to a lane leading down to the river, I followed it, and then walked up the path outside the row of pollards, through a lovely meadow where brown and white cows were eating, and shining all over the thick, deep grass. Beyond the meadow, a wood on the side of a rising ground went parallel with the river a long way. The river flowed on my right. That is, I knew that it was flowing, but I could not have told how I knew, it was so slow. Still swollen, it was of a clear brown, in which you could see the browner trouts darting to and fro with such a slippery gliding, that the motion seemed the result of will, without any such intermediate and complicated arrangement as brain and nerves and muscles. The water beetles went spinning about over the surface, and one glorious dragonfly made a mist about him with his long wings. And over all, the sun hung in the sky, pouring down life, shining on the roots of the willows at the bottom of the stream, lighting up the black head of the water rat as he hurried across to the opposite bank, glorifying the rich green lake of the grass, and giving to the whole an utterance of love and hope and joy, which was, to him who could read it, a more certain and full revelation of God than any display of power in thunder, in avalanche, in stormy sea. Those with whom the feeling of religion is only occasional have it most when the awful or grand breaks out of the common. The meek who inherit the earth find the God of the whole earth more evidently present. I do not say more present, for there is no measuring of his presence, more evidently present in the commonest things. That which is best he gives most plentifully, as is reason with him. Hence the quietfulness of ordinary nature, hence the spirit to them that ask it. I soon came within sound of the meal, and presently crossing the stream that flowed back to the river. After having done its work on the corn, I came in front of the building and looked over the half door into the mill. The floor was clean and dusty. A few full sacks, tied tight at the mouth, they always looked to me as if jugs of silver cup were just inside, stood about. In the farther corner, the flour was trickling down out of two wooden spouts into a wooden receptacle below. The whole place was full of its own faint but pleasant odor. No man was visible. The spouts went on pouring the slow torrent of flour, as if everything could go on with perfect propriety of itself. I could not even see how a man could get at the stones that I heard grinding away above, except he went up the rope that hung from the ceiling. So I walked round the corner of the place, and found myself in the company of the water wheel, mossy and green with ancient water drops, looking so furred and overgrown and lumpy that one might have thought the wood of it had taken to growing again in its old days, and so the wheel was losing by slow degrees the shape of a wheel, to become some new awful monster of a pollard. As yet, however, it was going round, slowly, indeed, and with the gravity of age, but doing its work, and casting its loose drops in the almsgiving of a gentle rain upon a little plot of Master Rogers's garden, which was therefore full of moisture-loving flowers. This plot was divided from the mill by a small stream, which carried away the surplus water, and was now full, and running rapidly. Beyond the stream, beside the flower bed, stood a dusty young man, talking to a young woman with a rosy face and clear, honest eyes. The moment they saw me, they parted. The young man came across the stream at a step, and the young woman went up the garden towards the cottage. "That must be old Rogers's cottage," I said to the miller. "Yes, sir," he answered, looking a little sheepish. "Was that his daughter, that nice-looking young woman you were talking to?" "Yes, sir, it was." And he stole a shy, pleased look at me out of the corners of his eyes. "It's a good thing," I said, "to have an honest, experienced old mill like yours, that can manage to go on of itself for a little while now and then." This gave a great help to his budding confidence. He laughed. "Well, sir, it's not very often it's left to itself. Jane isn't at her father's above once or twice a week at most." "She doesn't live with them, then?" "No, sir. You see, they're both hearty, and they ain't over well-to-do, and Jane lives up at the Hall, sir. She's upper housemaid, and waits on one of the young ladies. Old Rogers has seen a great deal of the world, sir. So I imagine. I am just going to see him. Good morning." I jumped across the stream, and went up a little gravel walk, which led me in a few yards to the cottage door. It was a sweet place to live in, with honeysuckle growing over the house, and the sounds of the softly lowering mill wheel ever in its little porch, and about its windows. The door was open, and Dame Rogers came from within to meet me. She welcomed me, and led the way into her little kitchen. As I entered, Jane went out at the back door, but it was only to call her father, who presently came in. "I'm glad to see ye, sir. This pleasure comes of having no work today. After harvest there comes slack times for the likes of me. People don't care about a bag of old bones when they can get hold of young men. Well, well, never mind, old woman. The Lord'll take us through somehow. When the wind blows, the ship goes. When the wind drops, the ship stops. But the sea is His all the same, for He made it, and the wind is His all the same too." He spoke in the most matter-of-fact tone, unaware of anything poetic in what he said. To him it was just common sense, and common sense only. I am sorry you are out of work, I said. But my garden is sadly out of order, and I must have something done to it. You don't dislike gardening, do you? Well, I bean't a right good hand at garden work, answered the old man, with some embarrassment, scratching his grey head with a troubled scratch. There was more in this than met the ear, but what I could not conjecture. I would press the point a little. So I took him at his own work. I won't ask you to do any of the more ornamental part, I said, only plain digging and hoeing. I would rather be excused, sir. I am afraid I made you think. I thought nothing, sir. I thank you kindly, sir. I assure you I want the work done, and I must employ someone else if you don't undertake it. Well, sir, my back's bad now. No, sir, I won't tell a story about it. I would just rather not, sir. Now, his wife broke in. Now, Old Rogers, why won't you tell the parson the truth, like a man, downright? If you won't, I'll do it for you. The fact is, sir, she went on, turning to me, with a plate in her hand, which she was wiping, the fact is that the old parson's man for that kind of work was Simmons, the other end of the village, and my man is so afraid of hurting there another, that he'll turn the bread away from his own mouth and let it fall in the dirt. Now, old man, don't you belie me. I'm not so bad as that. You see, sir, I never was good at knowing right from wrong like. I never was good, that is, at tellin' exactly what I ought to do. So when anything comes up, I just says to myself, now, Old Rogers, what do you think the Lord would best like you to do? And as soon as I ax myself that, I know directly what I've got to do, and then my old woman can't turn me no more than a bull. And she don't like my obstinate fits. But, you see, I daren't, sir, once I axed myself that. Stick to that, Rogers, I said. Besides, sir, he went on, Simmons wants it more than I do. He's got a sick wife, and my old woman, thank God, is hale and hearty. And there is another thing besides, sir, he might take it hard of you, sir, and think it was turning away an old servant like, and then, sir, he wouldn't be ready to hear what you had to tell him, and might, mayhap, lose a deal o' comfort. And that I would take worst of all, sir. Well, Rogers, Simmons shall have the job. Thank you, sir, said the old man. His wife, who could not see the thing quite from her husband's point of view, was too honest to say anything, but she was none the less cordial to me. The daughter stood looking from one to the other with attentive face, which took everything, but revealed nothing. I rose to go. As I reached the door, I remembered the tobacco in my pocket. I had not bought it for myself. I never could smoke. Nor do I conceive that smoking is essential to a clergyman in the country, though I have occasionally envied one of my brethren in London, who will sit down by the fire, and, lighting his pipe, at the same time please his host, and subdue the bad smells of the place. And I never could hit his way of talking to his parishioners, either. He could put them at their ease in a moment. I think he must have got the trick out of his pipe. But in reality, I seldom think about how I ought to talk to anybody I am with. That I didn't smoke myself was no reason why I should not help Old Rogers to smoke. So I pulled out the tobacco. You smoke, don't you, Rogers? I said. Well, sir, I can't deny it. It's not much I spend on bouquet, anyhow. Is it, dame? No, that it bean't, answered his wife. You don't think there's any harm in smoking a pipe, sir? Not the least, I answered, with emphasis. You see, sir, he went on, not giving me time to prove how far I was from thinking there was any harm in it. You see, sir, sailors learns many ways they might be better without. I used to take my pan of grog with the rest of them, but I give that up quite, 'cause as how I don't want it now. 'Cause as how, interrupted his wife, you spend the money on for me, instead. You will good old man to tell stories. Well, I takes my share of the tea, old woman, and I'm sure it's a deal better for me. But, to tell the truth, sir, I was a little troubled in my mind about the back hay, not knowing whether I ought to have it, or not. For you see, the parson that's gone didn't more than half like it, as I could tell by the turn of his hoss holes, when he came in at the door, and me a-smoking. Not as he said anything, for, you see, I was an old man, and I dare say that kept him quiet. But I did hear him blow up a young chap in the village he come upon promiscuous, with a pipe in his mouth. He did give him a thundering broadside, to be sure. So I was in two minds whether I ought to go on with my pipe, or not. And how did you settle the question, Rogers? Why, I followed my own old chart, sir. Quite right. One mustn't mind too much what other people think. That's not exactly what I mean, sir. What do you mean, then? I should like to know. Well, sir, I mean that I said to myself, now, old Rogers, what do you think the Lord would say about this here back-hay business? And what did you think he would say? Why, sir, I thought he would say, old Rogers, have your back-hay, only mind you don't grumble when you ain't got none. Something in this, I could not at the time have told what touched me more than I can express. No doubt it was the simple reality of the relation in which the old man stood to his Father in heaven that made me feel as if the tears would come in spite of me. And this is the man, I said to myself, whom I thought I should be able to teach. Well, the wisest learn most, and I may be useful to him after all. As I said nothing, the old man resumed. For you see, sir, it is not always a body feels he has a right to spend his huppence on bouquet, and sometimes, too, he ain't got none to spend. In the meantime, I said, here is some that I bought for you as I came along. I hope you will find it good. I am no judge. The old sailor's eyes glistened with gratitude. Well, who's had thought it? You didn't think I was begging for it, sir, surely? You see I had it for you in my pocket. Well, that is good for you, sir. Why, Rogers, that'll last you a month, exclaimed his wife, looking nearly as pleased as himself. 6 weeks at least, wife, he answered. And ye don't smoke yourself, sir, and yet ye bring baccy to me. Well, it's just like you're a master, sir. I went away, resolved that old Rogers should have no chance of grumbling for want of tobacco, if I could help it. Chapter 4. The Coffin. On the way back, my thoughts were still occupied with the woman I had seen in the little shop. The old man of war's man was probably the nobler being of the two, and if I had had to choose between them, I should no doubt have chosen him. But I had not to choose between them, I had only to think about them, and I thought a great deal more about the one I could not understand than the one I could understand. For old Rogers wanted little help from me, whereas the other was evidently a soul in pain, and therefore belonged to me in peculiar right of my office space, while the readiest way in which I could justify to myself the possession of that office was to make it a shepherding of the sheep. So I resolved to find out what I could about her, as one having a right to know, that I might see whether I could not help her. From herself it was evident that her secret if she had won, was not to be easily gained, but even the common reports of the village would be some enlightenment to the darkness I was in about her. As I went again through the village, I observed a narrow lane striking off to the left, and resolved to explore in that direction. It led up to one side of the large house of which I have already spoken. As I came near, I smelt what has been to me always a delightful smell, that of fresh deals under the hands of the carpenter. In the scent of those boards of pine is enclosed all the idea the tree could gather of the world of forest where it was reared. It speaks of many wild and bright, but chiefly clean and rather cold things. If I were idling, it would draw me to it across many fields. Turning a corner, I heard the sound of a saw, and this sound drew me yet more. For a carpenter's shop was the delight of my boyhood, and after I began to read the history of our Lord with something of that sense of reality, with which we read other histories, and which, I am sorry to think, so much of the well-meant instruction we receive in our youth tends to destroy, my feeling about such a workshop grew stronger and stronger, till at last I never could go near enough to see the shavings lying on the floor of one, without a spiritual sensation such as I have in entering an old church, which sensation, ever since having been admitted on the usual conditions to a Mohammedan mosque, urges me to pull off, not only my hat, but my shoes likewise. And the feeling has grown upon me, till now it seems at times as if the only cure in the world for social pride would be to go 4 or 5 silent minutes into a carpenter's shop. How one can think of himself as above his neighbors, within sight, sound, or smell of one, I fear I am getting almost unable to imagine, and one ought not to get out of sympathy with the wrong. Only as I am growing old now, it does not matter so much, for I dare say my time will not be very long. So I drew near to the shop, feeling as if the Lord might be at work there, at one of the benches. And when I reached the door, there was my pale-faced healer of the Sunday afternoon, sawing a board for a coffin lid. As my shadow fell across and darkened in his work, he lifted his head and saw me. I could not altogether understand the expression of his countenance, as he stood upright from his labor and touched his old hat with rather a proud than a courteous gesture. And I could not believe that he was glad to see me, although he laid down his saw and advanced to the door. It was the gentleman in him, not the man, that sought to make me welcome, hardly caring whether I saw through the ceremony or not. True, there was a smile on his lips, but the smile of a man who cherishes a secret grudge, of one who does not altogether dislike you, but who has a claim upon you, say, for an apology, of which claim he doubts whether you know the existence. So the smile seemed tightened, and stopped just when it got halfway to its width, and was about to become hearty and begin to shine. "May I come in?" I said. "Come in, sir," he answered. "I am glad I have happened to come upon you by accident," I said. He smiled as if he did not quite believe in the accident, and considered it a part of the play between us, that I should pretend it. I hastened to add, "I was wandering about the place, making some acquaintance with it, and with my friends in it, when I came upon you quite unexpectedly. You know, I saw you in church on Sunday afternoon." "I know you saw me, sir," he answered, with emotion as if to return to his work, "but, to tell the truth, I don't go to church very often." I did not quite know whether to take this as proceeding from an honest fear of being misunderstood, or from a sense of being in general superior to all that sort of thing. But I felt that it would be of no good to pursue the inquiry directly. I looked therefore for something to say. "Ah, Your work is not always a pleasant one, I said, associating the feelings of which I have already spoken with the facts before me, and looking at the coffin, the lower part of which stood nearly finished upon trestles on the floor. Well, there are unpleasant things in all trades, he answered. But it does not matter, he added, with an increase of bitterness in his smile. I didn't mean, I said, that the work was unpleasant, only said, it must always be painful to make a coffin. A joiner gets used to it, sir, as you do to the funeral service. But, for my part, I don't see why it should be considered so unhappy for a man to be buried. This isn't such a good job, after all, this world, sir, you must allow. Neither is that coffin, said I, as if by a sudden inspiration. The man seemed taken aback, as old Rogers might have said. He looked at the coffin, and then looked at me. Well, sir, he said, after a short pause, which no doubt seemed longer both to him and to me than it would have seemed to any third person, I don't see anything amiss with the coffin. I don't say it'll last till doomsday, as the gravedigger says to Hamlet, because I don't know so much about doomsday as some people pretend to, but you see, sir, it's not finished yet. Thank you, I'd said, that's just what I meant. You thought I was hasty in my judgment of your coffin, whereas I only said of it knowingly what you said of the world thoughtlessly. How do you know that the world is finished any more than your coffin? And how dare you then say that it is a bad job? The same respectfully scornful smile passed over his face, as much as to say, it's your trade to talk that way, so I must not be too hard upon you. At any rate, sir, he said, whoever made it has taken long enough about it, a person would think, to finish anything he ever meant to finish. 1 day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as 1 day, I said. That's supposing, he answered, that the Lord did make the world. For my part, I am half of a mind that the Lord didn't make it at all. I am very glad to hear you say so, I answered. Hereupon I found that we had changed places a little. He looked up at me. The smile of superiority was no longer there, and a puzzled questioning, which might indicate either, who would have expected that from you? Or, what can he mean? Or both at once, had taken its place. I, for my part, knew that on the scale of the man's judgment I had risen nearer to his own level. As he said nothing, however, and I was in danger of being misunderstood, I proceeded at once. Of course it seems to me better that you should not believe God had done a thing, than that you should believe he had not done it well. Ah! I see, sir. Then you will allow there is some room for doubting whether he made the world at all. Yes, for I do not think an honest man, as you seem to me to be, would be able to doubt without any room whatever. That would be only for a fool. But it is just possible, as we are not perfectly good ourselves. You'll allow that, won't you? That I will, sir, God knows. Well, I say, as we're not quite good ourselves, it's just possible that things may be too good for us to do them the justice of believing in them. But there are things, you must allow, so plainly wrong. So much so, both in the world and in myself, that it would be to me torturing despair to believe that God did not make the world, for then, how would it ever be put right? Therefore I prefer the theory that he has not done making it yet. But wouldn't you say, sir, that God might have managed it without so many slips in the making, as your way would suppose? I should think myself a bad workman if I worked after that fashion. I do not believe that there are any slips. You know you are making a coffin, but are you sure you know what God is making of the world? That I can't tell, of course, nor anybody else. Then you can't say that what looks like a slip is really a slip, either in the design or in the workmanship. You do not know what end he has in view, and you may find some day that those slips were just the straight road to that very end. Ah, maybe. But you can't be sure of it, you see. Perhaps not in the way you mean, but sure enough, for all that, to try it upon life, to order my way by it, and so find that it works well. And I find that it explains everything that comes near it. You know that no engineer would be satisfied with his engine on paper, nor with any proof whatever except seeing how it will go. He made no reply. It is a principle of mine never to push anything over the edge. When I am successful in any argument, my one dread is of humiliating my opponent. Indeed, I cannot bear it. It humiliates me. And if you want him to think about anything, you must leave him room, and not give him such associations with the question that the very idea of it will be painful and irritating to him. Let him have a hand in the convincing of himself. I have been surprised sometimes to see my own arguments come up fresh and green, when I thought the fowls of the air had devoured them up. When a man reasons for victory, and not for the truth in the other soul, he is sure of just one ally, the same that Faust had in fighting Gretchen's brother, that is, the devil. But God and good men are against him. So I never follow up a victory of that kind, for, as I said, the defeat of the intellect is not the object in fighting with the sword of the spirit, but the acceptance of the heart. In this case, therefore, I drew back. May I ask for whom you are making that coffin? For a sister of my own, sir. I'm sorry to hear that. There's no occasion. I can't say I'm sorry, though she was one of the best women I ever knew. Why are you not sorry, then? Life's a good thing in the main, you will allow. Yes, when it's endurable at all. But to have a brute of a husband coming home at any hour of the night or morning, drunk upon the money she had earned by hard work, was enough to take more of the shine out of things than church going on Sundays could put in again, regular as she was, poor woman. I'm as glad as her brute of a husband that she's out of his way at last. How do you know he's glad of it? He's been drunk every night since she died. Then he's the worse for losing her. He may well be. Crying like a hypocrite, too, over his own work. A fool he must be. A hypocrite, perhaps not. A hypocrite is a terrible name to give. Perhaps her death will do him good. He doesn't deserve to be done any good to. I would have made this coffin for him with a world of pleasure. I never found that I deserved anything, not even a coffin. The only claim that I could ever lay to anything was that I was very much in want of it. The old smile returned, as much as to say, that's your little game in the church. But I resolved to try nothing more with him at present, and indeed was sorry that I had started the new question at all, partly because this I had again given him occasion to feel that he knew better than I did, which was not good either for him or for me in our relation to each other. This has been a fine old room once, I said, looking round the workshop. You can see it wasn't a workshop always, sir. Many a grand dinner party has sat down in this room when it was in its glory. Look at the chimney piece there. I have been looking at it, I said, going nearer. It represents the four quarters of the world, you see. I saw strange figures of men and women, one on a kneeling camel, one on a crawling crocodile, and others differently mounted, with various besides of nature's bizarre productions, creeping and flying in stone carving, over the huge fireplace, in which, in place of a fire, stood several new and therefore brilliantly red cartwheels. The sun shone through the upper part of a high window, of which many of the panes were broken, right in upon the cartwheels, which, glowing thus in the chimney, under the sombre chimney-piece, added to the grotesque look of the whole assemblage of contrasts. The coffin and the carpenter stood in the twilight occasioned by the sharp division of light, made by a lofty wing of the house that rose flanking the other window. The room was still wainscoted in panels, which, I presume, for the sake of the more light required for handicraft, had been washed all over with white. At the level of labor they were broken in many places. Somehow or other, the whole reminded me of Albert Durer's Melancholia. Seeing I was interested in looking about his shop, my new friend, for I could not help feeling that we should be friends before all was over, and so began to count him one already, resumed the conversation. He had never taken up the dropped thread of it before. "Yes, sir," he said, "the owners of the place little thought it would come to this, the deals growing into a coffin there on the spot where the grand dinner was laid for them and their guests. But there is another thing about it that is odder still. My son is the last male." Here he stopped suddenly, and his face grew very red. As suddenly he resumed, "I'm not a gentleman, sir, but I will tell the truth. Curse it. I beg your pardon, sir," and here the old smile. "I don't think I got that from their side of the house. My son's not the last male descendant." Here followed another pause. As to the imprecation, I knew better than to take any notice of a mere expression of excitement, under a sense of some injury with which I was not yet acquainted. If I could get his feelings right in regard to other and more important things, a reform in that matter would soon follow, whereas to make a mountain of a molehill would be to put that very mountain between him and me. Nor would I ask him any questions, lest I should just happen to ask him the wrong one, for this parishioner of mine evidently warranted careful handling, if I would do him any good. And it will not do any man good to fling even the Bible in his face. Nay, a roll of bank notes, which would be more evidently a good to most men, would carry insult with it if presented in that manner. You cannot expect people to accept before they have had a chance of seeing what the offered gift really is. After a pause, therefore, the carpenter had once more to recommence, or let the conversation lie. I stood in a waiting attitude, and while I looked at him, I was reminded of someone else whom I knew, with whom, too, I had pleasant associations, though I could not in the least determine who that one might be. "It's very foolish of me to talk so to a stranger," he resumed. "It is very kind and friendly of you," I said, still careful to make no advances. "And you yourself belong to the old family that once lived in this old house?" "It would be no boast to tell the truth, sir, even if it were a credit to me, which it is not. That family has been nothing but a curse to ours." I noted that he spoke of that family as different from his, and yet implied that he belonged to it. The explanation would come in time. But the man was again silent, planing away at half the lid of his sister's coffin. And I could not help thinking that the closed mouth meant to utter nothing more on this occasion. "I am sure there must be many a story to tell about this old place, if only there were anyone to tell them," I said at last, looking round the room once more. "I think I see the remains of paintings on the ceiling." "You are sharp-eyed, sir. My father says they were plain enough in his young days." "Is your father alive, then?" "That he is, sir, and hearty too, though he seldom goes out of doors now." "Will you go upstairs and see him?" "He's past 90, sir." He has plenty of stories to tell about the old place, before it began to fall to pieces like. I won't go today, I said, partly because I wanted to be at home to receive anyone who might call, and partly to secure an excuse for calling again upon the carpenter sooner than I should otherwise have liked to do. I expect visitors myself, and it is time I were at home. Good morning. Good morning, sir. And away home I went with a new wonder in my brain. The man did not seem unknown to me. I mean, the state of his mind woke no feeling of perplexity in me. I was certain of understanding it thoroughly when I had learned something of his history, for that such a man must have a history of his own was rendered only the more probable from the fact that he knew something of the history of his forefathers, though, indeed, there are some men who seem to have no other. It was strange, however, to think of that man working away at a trade in the very house in which such ancestors had eaten, and drunk, and married and given in marriage. The house and family had declined together, in outward appearance at least, for it was quite possible both might have risen in the moral and spiritual scale, in proportion as they sank in the social one. And if any of my readers are at first inclined to think that this could hardly be, seeing that the man was little, if anything, better than an infidel, I would just like to hold 1 minute's conversation with them on that subject. A man may be on the way to the truth, just in virtue of his doubting. I will tell you what Lord Bacon says, and of all writers of English I delight in him, so it is in contemplation. If a man will begin with certainties, he shall end in doubts, but if he will be content to begin with doubts, he shall end in certainties. Now I could not tell the kind or character of this man's doubt, but it was evidently real and not affected doubt, and that was much in his favor. And I could see that he was a thinking man, just one of the sort I thought I should get on with in time, because he was honest, notwithstanding that unpleasant smile of his, which did irritate me a little, and partly piqued me into the determination to get the better of the man, if I possibly could, by making friends with him. At all events, here was another strange parishioner. And who could it be that he was like? Chapter 5. Visitors from the Hall. When I came near my own gate, I saw that it was open, and when I came in sight of my own door, I found a carriage standing before it, and a footman ringing the bell. It was an old-fashioned carriage, with 2 white horses in it, yet whiter by age than by nature. They looked as if no coachman could get more than 3 miles an hour out of them, they were so fat and knuckle-kneed. But my attention could not rest long on the horses, and I reached the door just as my housekeeper was pronouncing me absent. There were 2 ladies in the carriage, one old and one young. "Ah, here is Mr. Walton," said the old lady in a serene voice, with a clear hardness in its tone, and I held out my hand to aid her descent. She had pulled off her glove to get a card out of her card case, and so put the tips of 2 old fingers, worn very smooth, as if polished with feeling what things were like, upon the palm of my hand. I then offered my hand to her companion, a girl apparently about 14, who took a hearty hold of it, and jumped down beside her with a smile. As I followed them into the house, I took their card from the housekeeper's hand, and read Mrs. Oldcastle and Miss Gladwin. I confess here to my reader that these are not really the names I read on the card. I made these up this minute. But the names of the persons of humble position in my story are their real names. And my reason for making the difference will be plain enough. You can never find out my friend Old Rogers. You might find out the people who called on me in their carriage, with the ancient white horses. When they were seated in the drawing-room, I said to the old lady, I remember seeing you in church on Sunday morning. It is very kind of you to call so soon. You will always see me in church, she returned, with a stiff bow and an expansion of deadness on her face, which I interpreted into an assertion of dignity, resulting from the implied possibility that I might have passed her over in my congregation, or might have forgotten her after not passing her over. Except when you have a headache, Granny, said Miss Gladwin, with an arch look first at her grandmother, and then at me. Granny has bad headaches sometimes. The deadness melted a little from Mrs. Oldcastle's face, as she turned with half a smile to her grandchild, and said, "Yes, pet. But you know that cannot be an interesting fact to Mr. Walton." "I beg your pardon, Mrs. Oldcastle," I said. "A clergyman ought to know something, and the more the better, of the troubles of his flock. Sympathy is one of the first demands he ought to be able to meet. I know what a headache is." The former expression, or rather non-expression, returned, this time and accompanied by a bow. "I trust, Mr. Walton, I trust I am above any morbid necessity for sympathy. But, as you say, amongst the poor of your flock, it is very desirable that a clergyman should be able to sympathize. It's quite true what Granny says, Mr. Walton, though you mightn't think it. When she has a headache, she shuts herself up in her own room, and doesn't even let me come near her. Nobody but Sarah, and how she can prefer her to me, I'm sure I don't know." And here the girl pretended to pout, but with a sparkle in her bright gray eye. "The subject is not interesting to me, pet. Pray, Mr. Walton, is it a point of conscience with you to wear the surplice when you preach?" "Not in the least," I answered. "I think I like it rather better on the whole. But that's not while I wear it. Never mind Granny, Mr. Walton. I think the surplice is lovely. I'm sure it's much liker the way we shall be dressed in heaven, though I don't think I shall ever get there, if I must read the good books Granny reads." "I don't know that it is necessary to read any good books but the good book," I said. "There, Granny!" exclaimed Miss Gladwin, triumphantly. "I'm so glad I've got Mr. Walton on my side. Mr. Walton is not so old as I am, my dear, and has much to learn yet." I could not help feeling a little annoyed, which was very foolish, I know, and saying to myself, if it's to make me like you, I had rather not learn any more, but I said nothing aloud. "Of course. Have you got a headache today, Granny?" "No, pet. Be quiet. I wish to ask Mr. Walton why he wears the surplice." "Simply," I replied, "because I was told the people had been accustomed to it under my predecessor. But that can be no good reason for doing what is not right. That people have been accustomed to it. But I don't allow that it's not right. I think it is a matter of no consequence whatever. If I find that the people don't like it, I will give it up with pleasure. You ought to have principles of your own, Mr. Walton." "I hope I have. And one of them is not to make mountains of molehills, for a molehill is not a mountain. A man ought to have too much to do in obeying his conscience and keeping his soul's garments clean, to mind whether he wears black or white, when telling his flock that God loves them and that they will never be happy till they believe it. They may believe that too soon. I don't think anyone can believe the truth too soon." A pause followed, during which it became evident to me that Miss Gladwin saw fun in the whole affair, and was enjoying it thoroughly. Mrs. Oldcastle's face, on the contrary, was illegible. She resumed in a measured, still voice, which she meant to be meek, I dare say, but which was really authoritative. I am sorry, Mr. Walton, that your principles are so loose and unsettled. You will see my honesty in saying so when you find that, objecting to the surplus, as I do, on Protestant grounds, I yet warn you against making any change because you may discover that your parishioners are against it. You have no idea, Mr. Walton, what inroads radicalism, as they call it, has been making in this neighborhood. It is quite dreadful. Everybody, down to the poorest, claiming a right to think for himself and set his betters right. There's one worse than any of the rest, but he's no better than an atheist, a carpenter of the name of Weir, always talking to his neighbors against the proprietors and the magistrates and the clergy too, Mr. Walton, and the game laws and what not. And if you once show them that you're afraid of them by going a step out of your way for their opinion about anything, there will be no end to it, for the beginning of strife is like the letting out of water, as you know. I should know nothing about it, but that my daughter's maid, I came to hear of it through her, a decent girl of the name of Rogers, and born of decent parents, but unfortunately attached to the son of one of your churchwardens, who has put him into that mill on the river you can almost see from here. Who put him in the mill? His own father, to whom it belongs. Well, it seems to me a very good match for her. Yes, indeed, and for him too. But his foolish father thinks the match below him, as if there was any difference between the positions of people in that rank of life. Everyone seems striving to tread on the heels of everyone else, instead of being content with the station to which God has called them. I am content with mine. I had nothing to do with putting myself there. Why should they not be content with theirs? They need to be taught Christian humility and respect for their superiors. That's the virtue most wanted at present. The poor have to look up to the rich. That's right, Granny. And the rich have to look down on the poor. No, my dear. I did not say that. The rich have to be kind to the poor. But, Granny, why did you marry Mr. Oldcastle? What does the child mean? Uncle Stoddart says you refused ever so many offers when you were a girl. Uncle Stoddart has no business to be talking about such things to a chit like you, returned the grandmother, smiling, however, at the charge, which so far certainly contained no reproach. And Grandpapa was the ugliest and the richest of them all, wasn't he, Granny? And Colonel Markham the handsomest and the poorest? A flush of anger crimsoned the old lady's pale face. It looked dead no longer. "Hold your tongue," she said. "You are rude." And Miss Gladwin did hold her tongue, but nothing else, for she was laughing all over. The relation between these two was evidently a very odd one. It was clear that Miss Gladwin was a spoiled child, though I could not help thinking her very nicely spoiled, as far as I saw, and that the old lady persisted in regarding her as a cub, although her claws had grown quite long enough to be dangerous. Certainly, if things went on thus, it was pretty clear which of them would soon have the upper hand, for Granny was vulnerable, and Pet was not. It really began to look as if there were none but characters in my parish. I began to think it must be the strangest parish in England, and to wonder that I had never heard of it before. Surely it must be in some storybook at least, I said to myself. But her granddaughter's tiger cat play drove the old lady nearer to me. She rose and held out her hand, saying, with some kindness, "Take my advice, my dear Mr. Walton, and don't make too much of your poor, or they'll soon be too much for you to manage. Come, Pet, it's time to go home to lunch. And for the surplus, take your own way, and wear it." I shan't say anything more about it. I will do what I can see to be right in the matter, I answered as gently as I could, for I did not want to quarrel with her, although I thought her both presumptuous and rude. I'm on your side, Mr. Walton, said the girl, with a sweet comical smile, as she squeezed my hand once more. I led them to the carriage, and it was with a feeling of relief that I saw it drive off. The old lady certainly was not pleasant. She had a white, smooth face over which the skin was drawn tight, grey hair, and rather lurid hazel eyes. I felt a repugnance to her that was hardly to be accounted for by her arrogance to me, or by her superciliousness to the poor, although either would have accounted for much of it. For I confess that I have not yet learned to bear presumption and rudeness with all the patience and forgiveness with which I ought by this time to be able to meet them. And as to the poor, I am afraid I was always in some danger of being a partisan of theirs against the rich, and that a clergyman ought never to be. And indeed the poor rich have more need of the care of the clergyman than the others, seeing it is hardly that the rich shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, and the poor have all the advantage over them in that respect. Still, I said to myself, there must be some good in the woman. She cannot be altogether so hard as she looks, else how should that child dare to take the liberties of a kitten with her? She doesn't look to me like one to make game of. However, I shall know a little more about her when I return her call, and I will do my best to keep on good terms with her. I took down a volume of Plato to comfort me after the irritation which my nerves had undergone, and sat down in an easy chair beside the open window of my study. And with Plato in my hand, and all that outside my window, I began to feel as if, after all, a man might be happy, even if a lady had refused him. And there I sat, without opening my favorite vellum-bound volume, gazing out on the happy world, whence a gentle wind came in, as if to bid me welcome with a kiss to all it had to give me. And then I thought of the wind that bloweth where it listeth, which is everywhere, and I quite forgot to open my Plato, and thanked God for the life of life, whose story and whose words are in the best of books, and who explains everything to us, and makes us love Socrates and David, and all good men 10 times more, and who follows no law but the law of love, and no fashion but the will of God. For where did ever one read words less like moralizing, and more like simple earnestness of truth, than all those of Jesus? And I prayed my God that he would make me able to speak good common heavenly sense to my people, and forgive me for feeling so cross and proud towards the unhappy old lady, for I was sure she was not happy, and make me into a rock which swallowed up the waves of wrong in its great caverns, and never threw them back to swell the commotion of the angry sea whence they came. Ah, what it would be actually to annihilate wrong in this way! To be able to say, it shall not be wrong against me, so utterly do I forgive it. How much sooner, then, will the wrongdoer repent, and get rid of the wrong, from his side also? But the painful fact will show itself, not less curious than painful, that it is more difficult to forgive small wrongs than great ones. Perhaps, however, the forgiveness of the great wrongs is not so true as it seems. For do we not think it is a fine thing to forgive such wrongs, and so do it rather for our own sakes than for the sake of the wrongdoer? It is dreadful not to be good, and to have bad ways inside one. Such thoughts passed through my mind, and once more the great light went up on me with regard to my office space, namely, that just because I was parson to the parish, I must not be the person to myself. And I prayed God to keep me from feeling stung and proud, however anyone might behave to me, for all my value lay in being a sacrifice to him and the people. So when Mrs. Pearson knocked at the door, and told me that a lady and gentleman had called. I shut my book, which I had just opened, and kept down as well as I could the rising grumble of the inhospitable Englishman, who is apt to be forgetful to entertain strangers, at least in the parlour of his heart. And I cannot count it perfect hospitality to be friendly and plentiful towards those whom you have invited to your house. What thank has a man in that, while you are cold and forbidding to those who have not that claim on your attention? That is not to be perfect as our Father in heaven is perfect. By all means tell people, when you are busy about something that must be done, that you cannot spare the time for them except they want you upon something of yet more pressing necessity. But tell them, and do not get rid of them by the use of the instrument commonly called the cold shoulder. It is a wicked instrument that, and ought to have fallen out of use by this time. I went and received Mr. and Miss Boulderstone, and was at least thus far rewarded, that their feeling, as the Scotch would call it, which I had about my parish, as containing none but characters, and therefore not being cannie, was entirely removed. At least there was a wholesome leaven in it of honest stupidity. Please, kind reader, do not fancy I am sneering. I declare to you I think a sneer the worst thing God has not made. It curses nothing in wickedness to it, it seems to me. I do mean that honest stupidity I respect heartily, and do assert my conviction that I do not know how England at least would get on without it. But I do not mean the stupidity that sets up for teaching itself to its neighbor, thinking itself wisdom all the time. That I do not respect. Mr. and Miss Boulderstone left me a little fatigued, but in no way sore or grumbling. They only sent me back with additional zest to my Plato, of which I enjoyed a hearty page or two before any one else arrived. The only other visitors I had that day were an old surgeon in the Navy, who since his retirement had practiced for many years in the neighborhood, and was still at the call of any one who did not think him too old-fashioned, for even here the fashions, though decidedly elderly young ladies by the time they arrived, held their sway none the less imperiously, and Mr. Brownrigg, the churchwarden. More of Dr. Duncan by and by. Except Mr. and Miss Boulderstone, I had not yet seen any common people. They were all decidedly uncommon, and, as regarded most of them, I could not think I should have any difficulty in preaching to them. For, whatever place a man may give to preaching in the ritual of the church, indeed it does not properly belong to the ritual at all, it is yet the part of the so-called service with which his personality has most to do. To the influences of the other parts he has to submit himself, ever turning the openings of his soul towards them, that he may not be a mere praying machine, but with the sermon it is otherwise. That he produces, for that he is responsible. And therefore, I say, it was a great comfort to me to find myself amongst a people from which my spirit neither shrunk in the act of preaching, nor with regard to which it was likely to feel that it was beating itself against a stone wall. There was some good in preaching to a man like Weir or Old Rogers. Whether there was any good in preaching to a woman like Mrs. Oldcastle, I did not know. The evening I thought I might give to my books, and this and my first Monday in my parish, but, as I said, Mr. Brownrigg, the churchwarden, called and stayed a whole weary hour, talking about matters quite uninteresting to any who may hereafter peruse what I am now writing. Really he was not an interesting man, short, broad, stout, red-faced, with an immense amount of mental inertia, discharging itself in constant lingual activity about little nothings. Indeed, when there was no new nothing to be had, the old nothing would go over again to make a fresh fuss about. but if you attempted to convey a thought into his mind which involved the moving round half a degree from where he stood, and looking at the matter from a point even so far new, you found him utterly, totally impenetrable, as pachydermatous as any rhinoceros or behemoth. One other corporal fact I could not help observing was that his cheeks rose at once from the collar of his green coat, his neck being invisible from the hollow between it, and the jaw being filled up to a level. The confirmation was just what he himself delighted to contemplate in his pigs, to which his resemblance was greatly increased by unwearied endeavors to keep himself close-shaved. I could not help feeling anxious about his son and Jane Rogers. He gave a quantity of gossip about various people, evidently anxious that I should regard them as he regarded them, but in all he said concerning them I could scarcely detect one point of significance. As to character or history, I was very glad indeed when the waddling of hands, for it was the perfect imbecility of handshaking, was over, and he was safely out of the gate. He had kept me standing on the steps for full 5 minutes, and I did not feel safe from him till I was once more in my study, with the door shut. I am not going to try my readers' patience with anything of a more detailed account of my introduction to my various parishioners. I shall mention them only as they come up in the course of my story. Before many days had passed I had found out my poor, how, I thought, must be somewhere, seeing the Lord had said we should have them with us always. There was a workhouse in the village, but there were not a great many in it, for the poor were kindly enough handled who belonged to the place, and were not severely compelled to go into the house, though, I believe, in this house they would have been more comfortable than they were in their own houses. I cannot imagine a much greater misfortune for a man, not to say a clergyman, than not to know, or knowing not to minister to any of the poor. And I did not feel that I knew in the least where I was until I had found out, and conversed with almost the whole of mine. After I had done so, I began to think it better to return Mrs. Oldcastle's visit, though I felt greatly disinclined to encounter that tight-skinned nose again, and that mouth whose smile had no light in it, except when it responded to some nonsense of her granddaughter's. Chapter 6. Oldcastle Hall. About noon, on a lovely autumn day, I set out for Oldcastle Hall. The keenness of the air had melted away with the heat of the sun, yet still the air was fresh and invigorating. Can anyone tell me why it is that, when the earth is renewing her youth in the spring, man should feel feeble and low-spirited, and gaze with bowed head, though pleased heart, on the crocuses, whereas, on the contrary, in the autumn, when nature is dying for the winter, he feels strong and hopeful, holds his head erect, and walks with a vigorous step, though the flaunting dahlias discourage him greatly? I do not ask for the physical causes, those I might be able to find out for myself, but I ask, where's the rightness and fitness in the thing? Should not man and nature go together in this world, which was made for men, not for science, but for men? Perhaps I have some glimmerings of where the answer lies. Perhaps I see a cherub that sees it. And in many of our questions we have to be content with such an approximation to an answer as this. And for my part, I am content with this. With less, I am not content. Whatever that answer may be, I walked over the old Gothic bridge with a heart strong enough to meet Mrs. Oldcastle without flinching. I might have to quarrel with her, I could not tell. She certainly was neither safe nor wholesome. But this I was sure of, that I would not quarrel with her without being quite certain that I will. I wish it were never one's duty to quarrel with anybody. I do so hate it. But not to do it sometimes is to smile in the devil's face, and that no one ought to do. However, I had not to quarrel this time. The woods on the other side of the river from my house, towards which I was now walking, were of the most sombre rich color, sombre and rich, like a life that has laid up treasure in heaven, locked in a casket of sorrow. I came nearer and nearer to them through the village, and approached the great iron gate with the antediluvian monsters on the top of its stone pillars. And awful monsters they are still. I see the tail of one of them at this very moment. But they let me through very quietly, notwithstanding their evil looks. I thought they were saying to each other across the top of the gate, "Never mind, he'll catch it soon enough." But, as I said, I did not catch it that day, and I could not have caught it that day. It was too lovely a day to catch any hurt, even from that most hurtful of all beings, under the sun, an unwomanly woman. I wandered up the long winding road, through the woods which I had remarked flanking the meadow on my first walk up the river. These woods smelt so sweetly, their dead and dying leaves departing in sweet odors, that they quite made up for the absence of the flowers. And the wind, no, there was no wind, there was only a memory of wind that woke now, and then in the bosom of the wood, shook down a few leaves, like the thoughts that flutter away in sighs, and then was still again. I am getting old, as I told you, my friends. See there, you seem my friends already. Do not despise an old man because he cannot help loving people he never saw or even heard of. I say I am getting old, is it but or therefore? I do not know which but, therefore, I shall never forget that one autumn day in those grandly fading woods. Up the slope of the hillside they rose like one great rainbow billow of foliage, bright yellow, red rusty, and bright fading green, all kinds and shades of brown and purple. Multitudes of leaves lay on the sides of the path, so many that I betook myself to my old childish amusement of walking in them without lifting my feet, driving whole armies of them with ocean-like rustling before me. I did not do so as I came back. I walked in the middle of the way then, and I remember stepping over many single leaves, in a kind of mechanic merciful way, as if they had been living creatures, as indeed who can tell but they are, only they must be pretty nearly dead, when they are on the ground. At length the road brought me up to the house. It did not look such a large house, as I have since found it to be. And it certainly was not an interesting house from the outside, though its surroundings of green grass and trees would make any hole beautiful. Indeed, the house itself tried hard to look ugly, not quite succeeding, only because of the kind foiling of its efforts, by the Virginia creepers and ivy, which, as if ashamed of its staring countenance, did all they could to spread their hands over it and hide it. But there was one charming group of old chimneys, belonging to some portion behind, which indicated a very different, namely, a very much older, face upon the house once, a face that had passed away to give place to this. Once inside, I found there were more remains of the olden time than I had expected. I was led up one of those grand square oak staircases, which looked like a portion of the house to be dwelt in, and not like a ladder for getting from one part of the habitable regions to another. On the top was a fine expanse of landing, another hall, in fact, from which I was led towards the back of the house by a narrow passage, and shown into a small dark drawing-room, with a deep stone mullioned window, wainscoted in oak, simply carved and panelled. Several doors around indicated communication with other parts of the house. Here I found Mrs. Oldcastle, reading what I judged to be one of the cheap and gaudy religious books of the present day. She rose and received me, and having motioned me to a seat, began to talk about the parish. You would have perceived at once from her tone that she recognized no other bond of connection between us but the parish. I hear you have been most kind in visiting the poor, Mr. Walton. You must take care that they don't take advantage of your kindness, though I assure you, you will find some of them very grasping indeed. And you need not expect that they will give you the least credit for good intentions. I have seen nothing yet to make me uneasy on that score. But certainly my testimony is of no weight yet. Mine is. I have proved them. The poor of this neighborhood are very deficient in gratitude. Yes, Granny, I started, but there was no interruption, such as I have made to indicate my surprise, although, when I looked half round in the direction whence the voice came, the words that followed were all rippled with a sweet laugh of amusement. Yes, Granny, you are right. You remember how old Dame Hope wouldn't take the money you offered her, and dropped such a disdainful courtesy. It was so greedy of her, wasn't it? I am sorry to hear of any disdainful reception of kindness, I said. Yes, and she had the coolness, within a fortnight, to send up to me, and ask if I would be kind enough to lend her half-a-crown for a few weeks. And then it was your turn, Granny. You sent her 5 shillings, didn't you? Oh no, I'm wrong. That was the other woman. Indeed, I did not send her anything but a rebuke. I told her that it would be a very wrong thing in me to contribute to the support of such an evil spirit of unthankfulness as she indulged in. When she came to see her conduct in its true light, and confessed that she had behaved very abominably, I would see what I could do for her. And meantime she was served out, wasn't she? With her sick boy at home, and nothing to give him, said Miss Gladwin. She made her own bed, and had to lie on it. Don't you think a little kindness might have had more effect in bringing her to see that she was wrong? Granny doesn't believe in kindness, except to me, dear old Granny. She spoils me. I'm sure I shall be ungrateful some day, and then she'll begin to read me long lectures and prick me with all manner of headless pins. But I won't stand it, I can't tell you, Granny. I'm too much spoiled for that. Mrs. Oldcastle was silent. Why, I could not tell, except it was that she knew she had no chance of quieting the girl in any other way. I may mention here, lest I should have no opportunity afterwards, that I inquired of Dame Hope as to her version of the story, and found that there had been a great misunderstanding, as I had suspected. She was really in no want at the time, and did not feel that it would be quite honorable to take the money when she did not need it. Some poor people are capable of such reasoning, and so had refused it, not without a feeling at the same time that it was more pleasant to refuse than to accept from such a giver, some stray sparkle of which feeling, discovered by the keen eye of Miss Gladwin, may have given that appearance of disdain to her courtesy, to which the girl alluded. When, however, her boy in service was brought home ill, she had sent to ask for what she now required, on the very ground that it had been offered to her before. The misunderstanding had arisen from the total incapacity of Mrs. Oldcastle to enter sympathetically into the feelings of one as superior to herself in character as she was inferior in worldly condition. But to return to Oldcastle Hall. I wished to change the subject, knowing that blind defense is of no use. One must have definite points for defense, if one has not a thorough understanding of the character in question, and I had neither. This is a beautiful old house, I said. There must be strange places about it. Mrs. Oldcastle had not time to reply, or at least did not reply. before Miss Gladwin said, "Oh, Mr. Walton, have you looked out of the window yet? You don't know what a lovely place this is, if you haven't." And as she spoke she emerged from a recess in the room, a kind of dark alcove, where she had been amusing herself with what I took to be some sort of puzzle, but which I found afterwards to be the bit and curb chain of her pony's bridle, which she was polishing up to her own bright mind, because the stable boy had not pleased her in the matter, and she wanted both to get them brilliant and to shame the lad for the future. I followed her to the window, where I was indeed as much surprised and pleased as she could have wished. "There," she said, holding back one of the dingy heavy curtains with her small childish hand. And there, indeed, I saw an astonishment. It did not lie in the lovely sweeps of hill and hollow stretching away to the horizon, richly wooded, and, though I saw none of them, sprinkled certainly with sweet villages full of human thoughts, loves, and hopes. The astonishment did not lie in this, though all this was really much more beautiful to the higher imagination, but in the fact that, at the first glance, I had a vision properly belonging to a rugged or mountainous country. For I had approached the house by a gentle slope, which certainly was long and winding, but had occasioned no feeling in my mind that I had reached any considerable height. And I had come up that one beautiful staircase, no more, and yet now, when I looked from this window, I found myself on the edge of a precipice, not a very deep one, certainly, yet with all the effect of many a deeper. For below the house on this side lay a great hollow, with steep sides, up which, as far as they could reach, the trees were climbing. The sides were not all so steep as the one on which the house stood, but they were all rocky and steep, with here and there slopes of green grass. And down in the bottom, in the center of the hollow, lay a pool of water. I knew it only by its slaty shimmer through the fading green of the tree tops between me and it. "There!" again exclaimed Miss Gladwin. "Isn't that beautiful? But you haven't seen the most beautiful thing yet. Granny, where's... Ah! There she is. There's Auntie. Don't you see her down there, by the side of the pond? That pond is 100 feet deep. If Auntie were to fall in, she would be drowned before you could jump down to get her out. Can you swim?" Before I had time to answer, she was off again. "Don't you see Auntie down there?" "No, I don't see her. I have been trying very hard, but I can't." "Well, I dare say you can't. Nobody, I think, has got eyes but myself. Do you see a big stone by the edge of the pond, with another stone on the top of it, like a big potato with a little one grown out of it?" "No." "Well, Auntie is under the trees on the opposite side from that stone. Do you see her yet?" "No." "Then you must come down with me, and I will introduce you to her. She's much the prettiest thing here. Much prettier than Granny." Here she looked over her shoulder at Granny, who, instead of being angry, as, from what I had seen on our former interview, I feared she would be, only said, without even looking up from the little blue bordered book she was again reading, "You are a saucy child." Whereupon Miss Gladwin laughed merrily. "Come along," she said, and, seizing me by the hand, led me out of the room, down a back staircase, across a piece of grass, and then down a stair in the face of the rock, towards the pond below. The stair went in zigzags, and, although rough, was protected by an iron balustrade, without which, indeed, it would have been very dangerous. "Isn't your grandmamma afraid to let you run up and down here, Miss Gladwin?" I said. "Me?" she exclaimed, apparently in the utmost surprise. "That would be fun." For, if she tried to hinder me, but she knows it's no use. I taught her that long ago. Let me see. How long? Oh, I don't know. I should think it must be 10 years at least. I ran away, and they thought I had drowned myself in the pond. And I saw them, all the time, poking with a long stick in the pond, which, if I had been drowned there, never could have brought me up, for it is 100 feet deep, I am sure. How I hurt my sides trying to keep from screaming with laughter. I fancied I heard one say to the other, "We must wait till she swells and floats." Dear me! What a peculiar child, I said to myself. And yet somehow, whatever she said, even when she was most rude to her grandmother, she was never offensive. No one could have helped feeling, all the time, that she was a little lady. I thought I would venture a question with her. I stood still at a turn of the zigzag, and looked down into the hollow, still a good way below us, where I could now distinguish the form, on the opposite side of the pond, of a woman seated at the foot of a tree, and stooping forward over a book. "May I ask you a question, Miss Gladwin?" "Yes, 20, if you like, but I won't answer one of them till you give up calling me Miss Gladwin. We can't be friends, so long as you do that." "What am I to call you, then?" "I never heard you called by any other name than Pet, and that would hardly do, would it?" "Oh, just fancy if you called me Pet before Granny. That's Granny's name for me, and nobody dares to use it but Granny, not even Auntie, for, between you and me, Auntie is afraid of Granny. I can't think why. I never was afraid of anybody, except, yes, a little afraid of old Sarah. She used to be my nurse, and grandmama, and everybody is afraid of her, and that's just why I never do one thing she wants me to do. It would never do to give in to being afraid of her, There's Auntie, you see, down there, just where I told you before." "Oh, yes. I see her now. What does your aunt call you, then?" "Why, what you must call me, my own name, of course." "What is that?" "Judy." She said it in a tone which seemed to indicate surprise that I should not know her name, perhaps read it off her face, as one ought to know a flower's name by looking at it. But she added instantly, glancing up in my face most comically, "I wish yours was Punch." "Why, Judy?" "It would be such fun, "Well, it would be odd, I must confess." "What is your aunt's name?" "Oh, such a funny name. Much funnier than Judy, Ethelwyn. It sounds as if it ought to mean something, doesn't it?" "Yes. It is an Anglo-Saxon word, without doubt." "What does it mean?" "I'm not sure about that. I will try to find out when I go home, if you would like to know." "Yes, that I should. I should like to know everything about Auntie Ethelwyn. Isn't it pretty? So pretty that I should like to know something more about Aunt Ethelwyn." "What is her other name?" "Why, Ethelwyn Oldcastle, to be sure. What else could it be?" "Why, for anything I knew, Judy, it might have been Gladwin. She might have been your father's sister." "Might she? I never thought of that." "Oh, I suppose that is because I never think about my father. And now I do think of it, I wonder why nobody ever mentions him to me, or my mother either. But I often think Auntie must be thinking about my mother. Something in her eyes, when they are sadder than usual, seems to remind me of my mother." "You remember your mother, then?" "No, I don't think I ever saw her. But I've answered plenty of questions, haven't I? I assure you, if you want to get me onto the catechism, I don't know a word of it. Come along." I laughed. "What? she said, pulling me by the hand, "you a clergyman, and laugh at the catechism." I didn't know that. I'm not laughing at the catechism, Judy. I'm only laughing at the idea of putting catechism questions to you. You know I didn't mean it, she said, with some indignation. I know now, I answered. But you haven't let me put the only question I wanted to put. What is it? How old are you? 12. Come along. And away we went down the rest of the stair. When we reached the bottom, a winding path led us through the trees to the side of the pond, along which we passed to get to the other side. And then all at once the thought struck me, why was it that I had never seen this auntie, with the lovely name, at church? Was she going to turn out another strange parishioner? There she sat, intent on her book. As we drew near she looked up and rose, but did not come forward. Aunt Winnie, here's Mr. Walton, said Judy. I lifted my hat and held out my hand. Before our hands met, however, a tremendous splash reached my ears from the pond. I started round. Judy had vanished. I had my coat half off, and was rushing to the pool, when Miss Oldcastle stopped me, her face unmoved, except by a smile, saying, "It's only one of that frolicsome child's tricks, Mr. Walton. It is well for you that I was here, though. Nothing would have delighted her more than to have you in the water too." "But," I said, bewildered, and not half comprehending, "where is she?" "There," returned Miss Oldcastle, pointing to the pool, in the middle of which arose a heaving and bubbling, presently yielding passage to the laughing face of Judy. "Why don't you help me out, Mr. Walton? You said you could swim." "No, I did not," I answered coolly. "You talked so fast, you did not give me time to say so." "It's very cold," she returned. "Come out, Judy dear," said her aunt. "Run home and change your clothes. There's a dear." Judy swam to the opposite side, scrambled out, and was off like a spaniel through the trees, and up the stairs, dripping and raining as she went. You must be very much astonished at the little creature, Mr. Walton. I find her very interesting. Quite a study. There never was a child so spoiled, and never a child on whom it took less effect to hurt her. I suppose such things do happen sometimes. She is really a good girl, though Mamma, who has done all the spoiling, will not allow me to say she is good." Here followed a pause, for Judy disposed of what should I say next. And the moment her mind turned from Judy, I saw a certain stillness, not a cloud, but the shadow of a cloud, come over Miss Oldcastle's face, as if she, too, found herself uncomfortable, and did not know what to say next. I tried to get a glance at the book in her hand, for I should know something about her at once if I could only see what she was reading. She never came to church, and I wanted to arrive at some notion of the source of her spiritual life, for that she had such a single glance at her face was enough to convince me. This, I mean, made me even anxious to see what the book was. But I could only discover that it was an old book, in very shabby binding, not in the least like the books that young ladies generally have in their hands. And now my readers will possibly be thinking it odd that I have never yet said a word about what either Judy or Miss Oldcastle was like. If there is one thing I feel more inadequate to than another in taking upon me to relate, it is to describe a lady. But I will try the girl first. Judy was rosy, gray-eyed, auburn-haired, sweet-mouthed. She had confidence in her chin, assertion in her nose, defiance in her eyebrows, honesty and friendliness over all her face. No one, evidently, could have a warmer friend, and to an enemy she would be dangerous no longer than a fit of passion might last. There was nothing acrid in her, and the reason, I presume, was that she had never yet hurt her conscience. That is a very different thing from saying she had never done wrong, you know. She was not tall, even for her age, and just a little too plump for the immediate suggestion of grace. Yet every motion of the child would have been graceful, except for the fact that impulse was always predominant, giving a certain jerkiness, like the hopping of a bird, instead of the gliding of one motion into another, such as you might see in the same bird, on the wing. There was one of the ladies. But the other, how shall I attempt to describe her? The first thing I felt was that she was a lady woman. And to feel that is almost to fall in love at first sight. And out of this whole, the first thing you distinguished would be the grace over all. She was rather slender, rather tall, rather dark-haired, and quite blue-eyed. But I assure you it was not upon that occasion that I found out the color of her eyes. I was so taken with her whole that I knew nothing about her parts. Yet she was blue-eyed, indicating northern extraction, some centuries back perhaps. That blue was the blue of the sea that had sunk through the ice of some sea rover's wife, and settled in those of her child, to be born when the voyage was over. It had been dyed so deep ingrayn, as Spencer would say, that it had never been worn from the souls of the race since, and so was every now and then shining like heaven out at some of its eyes. Her features were what is called regular. They were delicate and brave. After the grace, the dignity was the next thing you came to discover. And the only thing you would not have liked, you would have discovered last. For when the shine of the courtesy with which she received me had faded away, a certain look of negative haughtiness, of withdrawal, if not of repulsion, took its place, a look of consciousness of her own high breeding, a pride, not of life, but of circumstance of life, which disappointed me in the midst of so much that was very lovely. Her voice was sweet, and I could have fancied a tinge of sadness in it, to which impression her slowness of speech, without any drawl in it, contributed. But I am not doing well as an artist in describing her so fully before my reader has become in the least degree interested in her. I was seeing her, and no words can make him see her. Fearing lest some such fancy as had possessed Judy should be moving in her mind, namely, that I was, if not exactly going to put her through her catechism, yet going in some way or other to act the clergyman, I hastened to speak. "This is a most romantic spot, Miss Oldcastle," I said, "and as surprising as it is romantic. I could hardly believe my eyes when I looked out of the window and saw it first. Your surprise was the more natural that the place itself is not properly natural, as you must have discovered." This was rather a remarkable speech for a young lady to make. I answered, "I only know that such a chasm is the last thing I should have expected to find in this gently undulating country. That it is artificial I was no more prepared to hear than I was to see the place itself. It looks pretty, but it has not a very poetic origin," she returned. "It is nothing but the quarry out of which the old house at the top of it was built. I must venture to differ from you entirely in the aspect such an origin assumes to me," I said. "It seems to me a more poetic origin than any convulsion of nature whatever would have been. For, look you," I said, being as a young man too much inclined to the didactic, "for, look you," I said, and she did look at me, "from that buried mass of rock has arisen this living house with its histories of ages and generations." And here I saw a change pass upon her face. It grew almost pallid. but her large blue eyes were still fixed on mine. And it seems to me, I went on, that such a chasm made by the uplifting of a house therefrom is therefore in itself more poetic than if it were even the mouth of an extinct volcano. For, grand as the motions and deeds of nature are, terrible as is the idea of the fiery heart of the earth breaking out in convulsions, yet here is something greater, for human will, human thought, human hands in human labor and effort have all been employed to build this house, making not only the house beautiful, but the place whence it came beautiful too. It stands on the edge of what Shelley would call its antenatal, now beautiful enough to be its mother, filled from generation to generation. Her face had grown still paler, and her lips moved as if she would speak, but no sound came from them. I had gone on, thinking it best to take no notice of her paleness, but now I could not help expressing concern. "I am afraid you feel ill, Miss Oldcastle." "Not at all," she answered, more quickly than she had yet spoken. "This place must be damp," I said. "I fear you have taken cold." She drew herself up a little haughtily, thinking, no doubt, that after her denial I was improperly pressing the point. So I drew back to the subject of our conversation. "But I can hardly think," I said, "that all this mass of stone could be required to build the house, large as it is. A house is not solid, you know." "No," she answered. "The original building was more of a castle, with walls and battlements. I can show you the foundations of them still, and the picture, too, of what the place used to be. We are not what we were then. Many a cottage, too, has been built out of this old quarry. Not a stone has been taken from it for the last 50 years, though. Just let me show you one thing, Mr. Walton, and then I must leave you. Do not let me detain you a moment." "I will go at once," I said, "though, if you would allow me, I should be more at ease if I might see you safe at the top of the stair first." She smiled. "Indeed, I am not ill," she answered, "but I have duties to attend to. Just let me show you this, and then you shall go with me back to Mamma." She led the way to the edge of the pond, and looked into it. I followed, and gazed down into its depths, till my sight was lost in them. I could see no bottom to the rocky shaft. "There is a strong spring down there," she said. "Is it not a dreadful place? Such a depth." "Yes," I answered, "but it has not the horror of dirty water. It is as clear as crystal." "How does the surplus escape?" "On the opposite side of the hill you came up there is a well, with a strong stream from it into the river. I almost wonder at your choosing such a place to read in." "I should hardly like to be so near this pond," said I, laughing. "Judy has taken all that away. Nothing in nature, and everything out of it, is strange to Judy, poor child. But just look down a little way into the water on this side. Do you see anything?" "Nothing," I answered. "Look again, against the wall of the pond," she said. "I see a kind of arch or opening in the side," I answered. "That is what I wanted you to see. Now, do you see a little barred window, there, in the face of the rock, through the trees?" "I cannot say I do," I replied. "No, except you know where it is, and even then, it is not so easy to find it." "I find it by certain trees." "What is it?" "It is the window of a little room in the rock, from which a stair leads down through the rock to a sloping passage. That is the end of it you see under the water. Provided, no doubt," I said, "in case of siege, to procure water. Most likely, but not, therefore, confined to that purpose. There are more dreadful stories than I can bear to think of." Here she paused abruptly, and began anew, as if that house had brought death and doom out of the earth with it. There was an old burial ground here, before the hall was built. Have you ever been down the stair you speak of? I asked. Only part of the way, she answered. But Jude knows every step of it. If it were not that the door at the top is locked, she would have dived through that archway now, and been in her own room, in half the time. The child does not know what fear means. We now moved away from the pond, towards the side of the quarry, and the open-air staircase, which I thought must be considerably more pleasant than the other. I confess I longed to see the gleam of that water at the bottom of the dark sloping passage, though Miss Oldcastle accompanied me to the room, where I had left her mother, and took her leave with merely a bow of farewell. I saw the old lady glance sharply from her to me, as if she were jealous of what we might have been talking about. Granny, are you afraid Mr. Walton has been saying pretty things to Aunt Winnie? I assure you he is not of that sort. He doesn't understand that kind of thing. But he would have jumped into the pond after me, and got his death of cold, if Auntie would have let him. It was cold. I think I see you dripping now, Mr. Walton. There she was in her dark corner, coiled up on a couch, and laughing heartily, but all as if she had done nothing extraordinary. And, indeed, estimated either by her own notions or practices, what she had done was not in the least extraordinary. Disinclined to stay any longer, I shook hands with the grandmother, with a certain invincible sense of slime, and with the grandchild with a feeling of mischievous health, as if the girl might soon corrupt the clergyman into a partnership in pranks, as well as in friendship. She followed me out of the room, and danced before me down the oak staircase, clearing the portion from the first landing at a bound. Then she turned and waited for me, who came very deliberately, feeling the unsure contact of soul and wax. As soon as I reached her, she said, in a half-whisper, reaching up towards me on tiptoe, "Isn't she a beauty?" "Who?" "Your grandmama," I returned. She gave me a little push, her face glowing with fun. But I did not expect she would take her revenge as she did. "Yes, of course," she answered, quite gravely. "Isn't she a beauty?" And then, seeing that she had put me hors to combat, she burst into loud laughter, and, opening the hall door for me, let me go without another word. I went home very quietly, and, as I said, stepping with curious care, of which, of course, I did not think at the time, over the yellow and brown leaves that lay in the middle of the road. Chapter 7. The Bishop's Basin. I went home very quietly, as I say, thinking about the strange elements that not only combine to make life, but must be combined in our idea of life, before we can form a true theory about it. Nowadays, the vulgar notion of what is life like in any Annals is to be realized by sternly excluding everything but the commonplace, and the means, at least, are often attained with this much of the end as well, that the appearance life bears to vulgar minds is represented with a wonderful degree of success. But I believe that this is, at least, quite as unreal a mode of representing life, as the other extreme, wherein the unlikely, the romantic, and the uncommon predominate. I doubt whether there is a single history, if one could only get at the whole of it, in which there is not a considerable admixture of the unlikely become fact, including a few strange coincidences, of the uncommon, which, although striking at first, has grown common from familiarity with its presence as our own, with even, at least, some one more or less rosy touch of what we call the romantic. My own conviction is that the poetry is far the deepest in us, and that the prose is only broken down poetry, and likewise that to this our lives correspond. The poetic region is the true one, and just, therefore, the incredible one to the lower order of mind, for although every mind is capable of the truth, or rather capable of becoming capable of the truth, there may lie ages between its capacity and the truth. As you will hear, some people read poetry so that no mortal could tell it was poetry, so do some people read their own lives, and those of others. I fell into these reflections from comparing in my own mind my former experiences in visiting nigh parishioners with those of that day. True, I had never sat down to talk with one of them without finding that man or that woman had actually a history, the most marvelous and important fact to a human being. Nay, I had found something more or less remarkable in every one of their histories, so that I was more than barely interested in each of them. And as I made more acquaintance with them, for I had not been in the position, or the disposition either, before I came to Marshmallows, necessary to the gathering of such experiences, I came to the conclusion, not that I had got into an extraordinary parish of characters, but that every parish must be more or less extraordinary from the same cause. Why did I not use to see such people about me before? Surely I had undergone a change of some sort. Could it be that the trouble I had been going through of late had opened the eyes of my mind to the understanding, or rather the simple seeing, of my fellow men? But the people among whom I had been today belonged rather to such as might be put into a romantic story. Certainly I could not see much that was romantic in the old lady, and yet those eyes and that tight-skinned face, what might they not be capable of in the working out of a story? And then the place they lived in. Why, it would hardly come into my ideas of a 19th century country parish at all. I was tempted to try to persuade myself that all that had happened since I rose to look out of the window in the old house had been but a dream. For how could Atwood Adele have come there, after all? It was much too large for a quarry. And that mud-capped girl, she never flung herself into the pond. It could not be. And what could the book have been that the lady with the sea-blue eyes was reading? Was that a real book at all? No. Yes. Of course it was. But what was it? What had that to do with the matter? It might turn out to be a very commonplace book, after all. No, for commonplace books are generally new, or at least in fine bindings. And here was a shabby little old book, such as, if it had been commonplace, would not have been likely to be the companion of a young lady at a bottom of a quarry. A savage place, as holy and enchanted as there beneath the waning moon, was haunted by women wailing for her demon lover. I know all this will sound ridiculous, especially that quotation from Kubla Khan coming after the close of the preceding sentence, but it is only so much the more like the jumble of thoughts that made a chaos of my mind as I went home. And then for that terrible pool and subterranean passage and all that, what had it all to do with this broad daylight and these dying autumn leaves? No doubt there had been such places. No doubt there were such places somewhere yet. No doubt this was one of them. But, somehow or other, it would not come in well. I had no intention of going in for, that is the phrase now, going in for the romantic. I would take the impression off by going to see where the carpenter's old father. Whether my plan was successful or not, I shall leave my reader to judge. I found Weird busy as usual, but not with a coffin this time. He was working at a window sash. Just like life, I thought, tritely perhaps. The other day he was closing up in the outer darkness, and now he is letting in the light. "It's a long time since you was here last, sir," he said, but without a smile. Did he mean a reproach? If so, I was more glad of that reproach than I would have been of the warmest welcome, even from Old Rogers. The fact was that, having a good deal to attend to besides, and willing at the same time to let the man feel that he was in no danger of being bored by my visits, I had not made use even of my reserve in the shape of a visit to his father. "Well," I answered, "I wanted to know something about all my people before I paid a second visit to any of them." "All right, sir. Don't suppose I meant to complain. Only to let you know you was welcome, sir. I've just come from my first visit to Oldcastle Hall. And, to tell the truth, for I don't like pretenses, my visit today was not so much to you as to your father, whom, perhaps, I ought to have called upon before, only I was afraid of seeming to intrude upon you, seeing we don't exactly think the same way about some things," I added, with a smile, I know, which was none the less genuine that I remember it yet. And what makes me remember it yet? It is the smile that lighted up his face in response to mine, for it was more than I looked for, and his answer helped to fix the smile in my memory. "You made me think, sir, that perhaps, after all, we were much of the same way of thinking, only perhaps you was a long way ahead of me." Now the man was not right in saying that we were much of the same way of thinking, for our opinions could hardly do more than come within sight of each other, but what he meant was right enough. For I was certain, from the first, that the man had a regard for the downright, honest way of things, and I hoped that I had such a regard. How much of selfishness and of pride in one's own judgment might be mixed up with it, both in his case and mine, I had been too often taken in, by myself, I mean, to be at all careful to discriminate, provided there was a proportion of real honesty along with it, which, I felt sure, would ultimately eliminate the other. For in the moral nest, it is not as with the sparrow and the cuckoo. The original inhabitant is the stronger, and, however unlikely at any given point in the history it may be, the sparrow will grow strong enough to heave the intruding cuckoo overboard. So I was pleased that the man should do me the honor of thinking I was right, as far as he could see, which is the greatest honor one man can do another, for it is setting him on his own steed, as the Eastern tyrants used to do. And I was delighted to think that the road lay open for further and more real communion between us in time to come. "Well," I answered, "I think we shall understand each other perfectly before long. But now I must see your father, if it is convenient and agreeable." "My father will be delighted to see you, I know, sir. He can't get so far as the church on Sundays, but you'll find him much more to your mind than me. He's been putting ever so many questions to me about the new parson, wanting me to try whether I couldn't get more out of you than the old parson. That's the way we talk about you, you see, sir. You'll understand. And I've never told him that I'd been to church since you came, I suppose from a bit of pride, because I had so long refused to go. But I don't doubt some of the neighbors have told him, for he never speaks about it now. And I know he's been looking out for you, and I fancy he's begun to wonder that the parson was going to see everybody but him. It will be a pleasure to the old man, sir, for he don't see a great many to talk to, and he's fond of a bit of gossip, is the old man, sir." So saying, we'll lead the way through the shop into a lobby behind, and thence up what must have been a back stair of the old house, into a large room over the workshop. There were bits of old carving about the walls of the room yet, but, as in the shop below, all had been whitewashed. At one end stood a bed with chintz curtains, and a warm-looking counterpane of rich faded embroidery. There was a bit of carpet by the bedside, and another bit in front of the fire, and there the old man sat on one side, in a high-backed, not very easy-looking chair. With a great effort he managed to rise as I approached him, notwithstanding my entreaties that he would not move. He looked much older when on his feet, for he was bent nearly double, in which posture the marvel was how he could walk at all. For he did totter a few steps to meet me, without even the aid of a stick, and, holding out a thin, shaking hand, welcomed me with an air of breeding rarely to be met with in his station in society. But the chief part of this polish sprung from the inbred kindliness of his nature, which was manifest in the expression of his noble old countenance. Age is such a different thing in different natures. One man seems to grow more and more selfish as he grows older, and in another the slow fire of time seems only to consume, with fine, imperceptible gradations, the yet lingering selfishness in him, letting the light of the kingdom, which the Lord says is within, shine out more and more, as the husk grows thin and is ready to fall off, that the man, like the seed sown, may pierce the earth of this world, and rise into the pure air and wind and dew of the second life. The face of a loving old man is always to me like a morning moon, reflecting the yet unrisen sun of the other world, yet fading before its approaching light, until, when it does rise, it pales and withers away from our gaze, absorbed in the source of its own beauty. This old man, you may see, took my fancy wonderfully, for even at this distance of time, when I am old myself, the recollection of his beautiful old face makes me feel as if I could write poetry about him. "I'm blithe to see ye, sir," said he. "Sit ye down, sir." And, turning, he pointed to his own easy chair, and I then saw his profile. It was delicate as that of Dante, which in form it marvelously resembled. But all the sternness which Dante's evil times had generated in his prophetic face was in this old man's replaced by a sweetness of hope that was lovely to behold. "No, Mr. Weaver," I said, "I cannot take your chair. The Bible tells us to rise up before the aged, not to turn them out of their seats. It would do me good to see you sitting in my chair, sir. The pains that my son Tom there takes to keep it up, as long as the old man may want it. It's a good thing I bred him to the joiner's trade, sir. Sit you down, sir. The cheer will hold you, though I warrant it won't last that long after I be gone home. Sit you down, sir." Thus entreated, I hesitated no longer, but took the old man's seat. His son brought another chair for him, and he sat down opposite the fire, and close to me. Thomas then went back to his work, leaving us alone. "You've had some speech with my son Tom," said the old man, the moment he was gone, leaning a little towards me. "It's main kind of you, sir, to take up kindly with poor folks like us." "You don't say it's kind of a person to do what he likes best," I answered. "Besides, it's my duty to know all my people." "Oh yes, sir, I know that. But there's 1,000 ways of doing the same thing. I had seen folks, parsons and others, that made a great show of being friendly to the poor, you know, sir, and all the time you could see, or if you couldn't see you could tell without seeing, that they didn't much regard them in their hearts, but it was a sort of accomplishment to be able to talk to the poor, like, after their own fashion. But the minute an old man sees you, sir, he believes that you mean it, sir, whatever it is. For an old man somehow comes to know things like a child. They call it a second childhood, don't they, sir? And there are some things worth growing a child again, to get a hold of again. I only hope what you say may be true, about me, I mean. Take my word for it, sir." You have no idea how that boy of mine, Tom there, did hate all the clergy till you come. Not that he's anyway favorable to them yet, only he'll say nothing again to you, sir. He's got an unfortunate gift of seeing all the faults first, sir, and when a man is that way given, the faults always hides the other side, so that there's nothing but faults to be seen. But I find Thomas quite open to reason. That's because you understand him, sir, and know how to give him head. He told me of the talk you had with him. You don't bait him. You don't say, you must come along with me, but you turns and goes along with him. He's not a bad fellow at all, Tom, but he will have the reason for everything. Now I never did want the reason for everything. I was content to be told a many things. But Tom, you see, he was born with a sore bit in him somewhere. I don't rightly know where, and I don't think he rightly knows what's the matter with him himself. I dare say you have a guess, though, by this time, Mr. Weaver, I said, and I think I have a guess, too. Well, sir, if he'd only give in, I think he would be far happier. But he can't see his way clear. You must give him time, you know. The fact is, he doesn't feel at home yet, and how can he, so long as he doesn't know his own father? I'm not sure that I rightly understand you, said the old man, looking bewildered and curious. I mean, I answered, that till a man knows that he is one of God's family, living in God's house, with God upstairs, as it were, while he is at his work or his play in a nursery below stairs, he can't feel comfortable. For a man could not be made that should stand alone, like some of the beasts. A man must feel a head over him, because he's not enough to satisfy himself, you know. Thomas just wants faith, that is, he wants to feel that there is a loving Father over him, who is doing things all well and right, if we could only understand them, though it really does not look like it sometimes. Ah, sir, I might have understood you well enough, if my poor old head hadn't been started on a wrong track. For I fancied for the moment that you were just putting your finger upon the sore place in Tom's mind. There's no use in keeping family misfortunes from a friend like you, sir. That boy has known his father all his life, but I was nearly half his age before I knew mine. Strange, I said, involuntarily almost. Yes, sir, strange you may well say. A strange story it is. The Lord help my mother. I beg your pardon, sir. I'm no Catholic. But that prayer will come of itself sometimes. As if it could be of any use now. God forgive me. Don't you be afraid, Mr. Weaver, as if God was ready to take offense at what comes naturally, as you say. An ejaculation of love is not likely to offend him, who is so grand that he is always meek and lowly of heart, and whose love is such that ours is a mere faint light, a little glooming light much like a shade, as one of our own poets says, beside it. Thank you, Mr. Walton. That's a real comfortable word, sir. And I am heart sure it's true, sir. God be praised for evermore. He is good, sir, as I have known in my poor time, sir. I don't believe there ever was one that just lifted his eyes and looked upwards, instead of looking down to the ground, that didn't get some comfort to go on with, as it were, the ready money of comfort, as it were, though it might be none to put in the bank, sir. That's true enough, I said. Then your father and mother, and here I hesitated, were never married, sir, said the old man promptly, as if he would relieve me from an embarrassing position. I couldn't help it, and I'm no less the child of my Father in heaven for it. For if he hadn't made me, I couldn't have been their son, you know, sir. so that he had more to do with the making of me than they had, though mayhap, if he had his way all out, I might have been the son of somebody else. But, now that things be so, I wouldn't have liked that at all, sir, and being once born so, I would not have ever another couple of parents in all England, sir, though I never knew one of them. And I do love my mother. And I'm so sorry for my father that I love him too, sir. And if I could only get my boy Tom to think as I do, I would buy like a solemn tune on an organ, sir. But it seems to me strange, I said, that your son should think so much of what is so far gone by. Surely he would not want another father than you, now. He is used to his position in life, and there can be nothing cast up to him about his birth or descent. That's all very true, sir, and no doubt it would be as you say. But there has been other things to keep his mind upon the old affair. Indeed, sir, we have had the same misfortune, all over again, among the young people. And I mustn't say anything more about it, only my boy Tom has a sore heart. I knew at once to what he alluded, for I could not have been about in my parish all this time without learning that the strange handsome woman in the little shop was the daughter of Thomas Weir, and that she was neither wife nor widow. And it now occurred to me for the first time that it was a likeness to her little boy that had affected me so pleasantly when I first saw Thomas, his grandfather. The likeness to his great-grandfather, which I saw plainly enough, was what made the other fact clear to me. And at the same moment I began to be haunted with a flickering sense of a third likeness, which I could not in the least fix or identify. Perhaps, I said, he may find some good come out of that too. Well, who knows, sir? I think, I said, that if we do evil that good may come, the good we looked for will never come thereby. But once evil is done, we may humbly look to him to bring the good out of evil, and wait. Is your granddaughter Catherine in bad health? She looks so delicate. She always had an uncommon look. But what she looks like now, I don't know. I hear no complaints, but she has never crossed this door since we got her set up in that shop. She never comes near her father or her sister, though she lets them, leastways her sister, go and see her. I'm afraid Tom has been rather unmerciful with her. And if ever he put a bad name upon her in her hearing, I know, from what that lass used to be as a young one, that she wouldn't be likely to forget it, and as little likely to get over it herself, or pass it over to another, even her own father. I don't believe they do more nor not to one another when they meet in the village. It's well even if they do that much. It's my belief there's some people made so hard that they never can forgive anything. How did she get into the trouble? Who is the father of her child? Nay, that no one knows for certain, though there be suspicions, and one of them, no doubt, correct. But, I believe, fire wouldn't drive his name out at her mouth. I know my lass. When she says a thing, she'll stick to it. I asked no more questions. But, after a short pause, the old man went on. I shan't soon forget the night I first heard about my father and mother. That was a night. The wind was roaring like a mad beast about the house. Not this house, sir, but the great house over the way. You don't mean Oldcastle Hall, I said. Deed I do, sir, returned the old man. This house here belonged to the same family at one time, though when I was born it was another branch of the family, second cousins or something, that lived in it. But even then it was something on to the downhill road, I believe. But, I said, fearing my question might have turned the old man aside from a story worth hearing, never mind all that now, if you please. I am anxious to hear all about that night. To go on? You were saying the wind was blowing about the old house. Sir, it was roaring. Roaring as if it was mad with rage. And every now and then it would come down the chimney like out of a gun, and blow the smoke and almost the fire into the middle of the housekeeper's room. For the housekeeper had been giving me my supper. I called her auntie then, and didn't know a bit that she wasn't my aunt really. I was at that time a kind of the under-gamekeeper upon the place, and slept over the stable. But I fared of the best, for I was a favourite with the old woman, I suppose because I had given her plenty of trouble in my time. That's always the way, sir. Well, as I was a-saying, when the wind stopped for a moment, down came the rain with a noise that sounded like a regiment of cavalry, on the turnpike road the other side of the hill. And then up the wind got again, and swept the rain away, and took it all in its own hand again, and went on roaring worse than ever. You'll beware afore you get across the yard, Samuel, said Auntie, looking very prim in her long white apron, as she sat on the other side of the little round table before the fire, sipping a drop of hot rum and water, which she always had before she went to bed. You'll be wet to the skin, Samuel, she said. Never mind, says I. I'm not salt, nor yet sugar, and I'll be going, Auntie, for you'll be wanting your bed. Sit you still, said she. I don't want my bed yet. And there she sat, sipping at her rum and water, and there I sat, on the other side, drinking the last of a pint of October she had gotten me from the cellar, for I had been out in the wind all day. It was just such a night as this, said she, and then stopped again. But I'm wearying you, sir, with my long story. Not in the least, I answered. Quite the contrary. Pray tell it out your own way. You won't tire me, I assure you. So the old man went on. It was just such a night as this, she began again, leastways it was snow and not rain that was coming down, as if the Almighty was a-going to spend all his winter stock at once. What happened such a night, Auntie? I said. Ah, my lad, said she, you may well ask what happened. None has a better right. You happened. That's all. Oh, that's all, is it, Auntie? I said, and laughed. Nay, nay, Samuel, said she, quite solemn, what is there to laugh at, then? I assure you, you was anything but welcome. And why wasn't I welcome? I said. I couldn't help it, you know. I'm very sorry to hear I intruded, I said, still making game of it, you see, for I always did like a joke. Well, she said, you certainly wasn't wanted. But I don't blame you, Samuel, and I hope you won't blame me. What do you mean, Auntie? I mean this, that it's my fault, if so be that fault it is, that you're sitting there now, and not lying, in less bulk by a good deal, at the bottom of the bishop's basin. That's what they call a deep pond at the foot of the old house, sir, though why or wherefore, I'm sure I don't know. Most extraordinary, Auntie, I said, feeling very queer, and as if I really had no business to be there. Never you mind, my dear, says she, there you are, and you can take care of yourself now as well as anybody. But who wanted to drown me? Are you sure you can forgive him, if I tell you? Sure enough, suppose he was sitting where you be now, I answered. It was, I make no doubt, though I can't prove it, I am morally certain it was your own father. I felt the skin go creeping together upon my head, and I couldn't speak. Yes, it was, child, and it's time you knew all about it. Why, you don't know how your own father was. No more I do, I said, and I never cared to ask, somehow. I thought it was all right, I suppose. But I wonder now that I never did. Indeed you did many a time, when you was a mere boy, like, but I suppose, as you never was answered, you give it up for a bad job, and forgot all about it, like a wise man. You always was a wise child, Samuel. So the old lady always said, sir. And I was willing to believe she was right, if I could. But now, said she, it's time you knew all about it. Poor Miss Wallace. I'm no aunt of yours, my boy, though I love you nearly as well, I think, as if I was, for dearly did I love your mother. She was a beauty, and better than she was beautiful, whatever folks may say. The only wrong thing, I'm certain, that she ever did, was to trust your father too much. But I must see and give you the story right through from beginning to end. Miss Wallace, as I came to know from her own lips, was the daughter of a country attorney who had a good practice and was likely to leave her well off. Her mother died when she was a little girl. It's not easy getting on without a mother, my boy. So she wasn't taught much of the best sort, I reckon. When her father died early, and she was left atone, the only thing she could do was to take a governess's place, and she came to us. She never got on well with the children, for they were young and self-willed and rude, and would not learn to do as they were bid. I never knew one of them shut the door when they went out of this room. And, from having had all her own way at home, with plenty of servants, and money to spend, it was a sore change to her. But she was a sweet creature, that she was. She did look sorely chid when Master Freddy would get on the back of her chair, and Miss Gusto would lie down on the rug, and never stare for all she could say to them, but only laugh at her, to be sure. And then Auntie would take a sip at her rum and water, and sit considering old times like a statue. And I sat as if all my head was one great tear, and I never spoke a word. And Auntie began again. The way I came to know so much about her was this. Nobody, you see, took any notice or care of her. For the children were kept away with her in the old house, and my lady wasn't one to take trouble about anybody till once she stood in her way, and then she would just shove her aside, or crush her like a spider, and had done with her. They have always been a proud and a fierce race. The Oldcastles, sir, said Weaver, taking up the speech in his own person, and there's been a deal of breeding in and in amongst them, and that has kept up the worst of them. The men took to the women of their own sort somehow, you see. The lady up at the old hall now is a Crowfoot. I'll just tell you one thing the gardener told me about her years ago, sir. She had a fancy for hyacinths in her rooms in the spring, and she had some particular fine ones, and a lady of her acquaintance begged for some of them. And what do you think she did? She couldn't refuse them, and she couldn't bar anyone to have them as good as she. And so she sent the hyacinth roots, but she boiled them first. The gardener told me himself, sir. And so, when the poor thing, said Auntie, was taken with a dreadful cold, which was no wonder if you saw the state of the window in the room she had to sleep in, and which I got old Jones to set to rights, and paid him for it out of my own pocket, else he wouldn't have done it at all, for the family wasn't too much in the way or the means either of paying their debts. Well, there she was, and nobody minding her, and of course it fell to me to look after her. It would have made your heart bleed to see the poor thing, flung all of a heap on her bed, blue with cold and coughing. My dear, I said, and she burst out crying, and from that moment there was confidence between us. I made her as warm and as comfortable as I could, but I had to nurse her for a fortnight before she was able to do anything again. She didn't shirk her work, though, poor thing. It was a heart-sore to me to see the poor young thing, with her sweet eyes and her pale face, talking away to those children, that were more like wild cats than human beings. She might as well have talked to wild cats, I'm sure. But I don't think she was ever so miserable again as she must have been before her illness, for she used often to come and see me of an evening, and she would sit there where you are sitting now for an hour at a time, without speaking, her thin white hands lying folded in her lap, and her eyes fixed on the fire. I used to wonder what she could be thinking about, and I had made up my mind that she was not long for this world, when all at once it was announced that Miss Oldcastle, who had been to school for some time, was coming home, and then we began to see a great deal of company, and for month after month the house was more or less filled with visitors, so that my time was constantly taken up, and I saw much less of poor Miss Wallace than I had seen before. But when we did meet on some of the back stairs, or when she came to my room for a few minutes before going to bed, we were just as good friends as ever. And I used to say, I wish this story was over, my dear, that we might have our old times again. And she would smile, and say something sweet. But I was surprised to see that her health began to come back. At least so it seemed to me, for her eyes grew brighter, and a flush came upon her pale face, and though the children were as tiresome as ever, she didn't seem to mind it so much. But indeed she had not very much to do with them out of school hours now, for when the spring came on, they would be out and about the place with their sister, or one of their brothers, and indeed, out of doors it would have been impossible for Miss Wallace to do anything with them. Some of the visitors would take to them too, for they behaved so badly to nobody as to Miss Wallace, and indeed they were clever children, and could be engaging enough when they pleased. But then I had a blow, Samuel. It was a lovely spring night, just after the sun was down, and I wanted a drop of milk fresh from the cow for something that I was making for dinner the next day. So I went through the kitchen garden, and through the belt of young larches, to go to the shippen. But when I got among the trees, who should I see at the other end of the path that went along, but Miss Wallace walking arm in arm with Captain Proudfoot, who was just home from India, where he had been with Lord Clive. The captain was a man about 2 or 33, a relation of the family, and the son of Sir Giles Proudfoot, who lived then in this old house, sir, and had but that one son, my father. You see, sir, and it did give me a turn, said my aunt, to see her walking with him, for I felt as sure as judgment that no good could come of it. For the captain had not the best of characters, that is, when people talked about him in chimney corners, and such like, though he was a great favourite with everybody that knew nothing about him. He was a fine, manly, handsome fellow, with a smile that, as people said, no woman could resist, though I'm sure it would have given me no trouble to resist it, whatever they may mean by that, for I saw that that same smile was the falsest thing of all the false things about him. All the time he was smiling, you would have thought he was looking at himself in a glass. He was said to have gathered a power of money in India, somehow or other. But I don't know, only I don't think he would have been the favourite he was with my lady, if he hadn't. And reports were about, too, of the ways and means by which he had made the money. Some said by robbing the poor heathen creatures, and some said it was only that his brother officers didn't approve of his speculating, as he did in horses and other things. I don't know whether officers are so particular. At all events, this was a fact, for it was one of his own servants that told me, not thinking any harm or any shame of it. He had quarrelled with a young ensign in the regiment. On which side the wrong was, I don't know. But he first thrashed him most and mercifully, and then called him out, as they say. And when the poor fellow appeared, he could scarcely see out of his eyes, and certainly couldn't take anything like an aim. And he shot him dead, did Captain Proudfoot. Think of hearing that about one's own father, sir. But I never said a word, for I hadn't a word to say. Think of that, Samuel, said my aunt, else you won't believe what I am going to tell you. And you won't even then, I dare say. But I must tell you, nevertheless, and notwithstanding. Well, I felt as if the earth was sinking away from under the feet of me, and I stood and stared at them. And they came on, never seeing me, and actually went close past me, and never saw me. At least, if he saw me he took no notice, for I don't suppose that the angel with the flaming sword would have put him out. But for her, I know she didn't see me, for her face was down, burning and smiling at once. I'm an old man now, sir, and I never saw my mother, but I can't tell you the story without feeling as if my heart would break for the poor young lady. I went back to my room, said my aunt, with my empty jug in my hand, and I sat down as if I had had a stroke, and I never moved till it was pitch dark and my fire out. It was a marvel to me afterwards that nobody came near me, for everybody was calling after me at the time. And it was days before I caught a glimpse of Miss Wallace again, at least to speak to her. At last, one night she came to my room, and without a moment of parley, I said to her, "Oh, my dear, what was that wretch saying to you?" "What wretch?" says she, quite sharp-like. "Why, Captain Proudfoot," says I, "to be sure." "What have you to say against Captain Proudfoot?" says she, quite scornful-like. So I tumbled out all I had against him in one breath. She turned awful pale, and she shook from head to foot, but she was able for all that to say, "Indian servants are known liars, Mrs. Prendergast," says she, "and I don't believe one word of it all. But I'll ask him, the next time I see him." "Do so, my dear," I said, not fearing for myself, for I knew he would not make any fuss that might bring the thing out into the air, and hoping that it might lead to a quarrel between them. And the next time I met her, Samuel, it was in the gallery that takes to the west turret. She passed me with a nod just, and a blush instead of a smile, on her sweet face. And I didn't blame her, Samuel, but I knew that the villain had gotten a hold of her. And so I could only cry, and that I did. Things went on like this for some months. The captain came and went, stopping a week at a time. Then he stopped for a whole month, and this was in the first of the summer, and then he said he was ordered abroad again, and went away. But he didn't go abroad. He came again in the autumn for the shooting, and began to make up to Miss Oldcastle, who had grown a fine young woman by that time. And then Miss Wallace began to pine. The captain went away again. Before long I was certain that if ever young creature was in a consumption, she was, but she never said a word to me. However the poor thing got on with her work, I can't think, but she grew weaker and weaker. I took the best care of her she would let me, and contrived that she should have her meals in her own room, but something was between her and me, that she never spoke a word about herself, and never alluded to the captain. By and by came the news that the captain and Miss Oldcastle were to be married in the spring. And Miss Wallace took to her bed after that, and my lady said she had never been of much use, and wanted to send her away. But Miss Oldcastle, who was far superior to any of the rest in her disposition, spoke up for her. She had been to ask me about her, and I told her the poor thing must go to a hospital, if she was sent away, for she had ne'er a home to go to. And then she went to see the governess, poor thing, and spoke very kindly to her, but never a word would Miss Wallace answer. She only stared at her with great, big, wild-like eyes. And Miss Oldcastle thought she was out of her mind, and spoke of an asylum. But I said she hadn't long to live, and if she would get my lady her mother to consent to take no notice, I would take all the care and trouble of her. And she promised, and the poor thing was left alone. I began to think myself her mind must be going, for not a word would she speak, even to me, though every moment I could spare I was up with her in her room. Only I was forced to be careful not to be out of the way, when my lady warranted me, for that would have tied me more. At length one day, as I was settling her pillow for her, she all at once threw her arms about my neck, and burst into a terrible fit of crying. She sobbed and panted for breath so dreadfully, that I put my arms round her and lifted her up to give her relief, and when I laid her down again, I whispered in her ear, "I know now, my dear. I'll do all I can for you." She caught hold of my hand, and held it to her lips, and then to her bosom, and cried again, but more quietly, and all was right between us once more. It was well for her, poor thing, that she could go to her bed. And I said to myself, nobody need ever know about it, and nobody ever shall if I can help it. To tell the truth, my hope was that she would die before there was any need for further concealment. But people in that condition seldom die, they say, till all is over, and so she lived on and on, though plainly getting weaker and weaker. At the captain's next visit, the wedding day was fixed. And after that a circumstance came about that made me uneasy. A Hindu servant, the captain called him his nigger always, had been constantly in attendance upon him. I never could abide the snake look of the fellow, nor the noiseless way he went about the house. But this time the captain had a Hindu woman with him as well. He said that his man had fallen in with her in London, that he had known her before, that she had come home as nurse with an English family, and it would be very nice for his wife to take her back with her to India, if she could only give her house room, and make her useful till after the wedding. This was easily arranged, and he went away to return in 3 weeks, when the wedding was to take place. Meantime poor Emily grew fast worse, and how she held out with that terrible cough of hers I never could understand, and spitting blood, too, every other hour or so, though not very much. And now, to my great trouble, with the preparations for the wedding, I could see yet less of her than before, and when Miss Oldcastle sent the Hindu to ask me if she might not sit in the room with the poor girl, I did not know how to object, though I did not at all like her being there. I felt a great mistrust of the woman somehow or other. I never did like blacks, and I never shall. So she went and sat by her, and waited on her very kindly, at least poor Emily said so. I called her Emily because she had begged me that she might feel as if her mother were with her, and she was a child again. I had tried before to find out from her when greater care would be necessary, but she couldn't tell me anything. I doubted even if she understood me. I longed to have the wedding over that I might get rid of the black woman, and have time to take her place, and get everything prepared. The captain arrived, and his man with him, and twice I came upon the 2 blacks in close conversation. Well, the wedding day came. The people went to church, and while they were there a terrible storm of wind and snow came on, such that the horses would hardly face it. The captain was going to take his bride home to his father, Sir Ulysses, but, short as the distance was, before the time came the storm got so dreadful that no one could think of leaving the house that night. The wind blew for all the world, just as it blows this night, only it was snow in its mouth, and not rain. Carriage and horses and all would have been blown off the road for certain. It did blow, to be sure. After dinner was over and the ladies were gone to the drawing room, and the gentlemen had been sitting over their wine for some time, the butler, William Weir, an honest man, whose wife lived at the lodge, came to my room looking scared. "Lawks, William," says I. Said my aunt, "Sir, whatever is the matter with you?" "Well, Mrs. Prendergast," says he, and said no more. "Lawks, William," says I, "speak out." "Well," says he, "Mrs. Prendergast, it's a strange wedding, it is. There's the ladies all alone in the withdrawing room, and there's the gentleman calling for more wine, and cursing and swearing that it's awful to hear. It's my belief that swords will be drawn afore long." "Tut," says I, "William, it will come the sooner if you don't give them what they want. Go and get it as fast as you can. I don't almost like going down them stairs alone, in such a night." "Madam," says he, "would you mind coming with me?" "Dear me, William," says I, "a pretty story to tell your wife she was my own half-sister, and younger than me. A pretty story to tell your wife, that you wanted an old body like me to go and take care of you in your own cellar," says I. "But I'll go with you, if you like, for, to tell the truth, it's a terrible night." And so down we went, and brought up 6 bottles more of the best port. And I really didn't wonder, when I was down there, and heard the dull roar of the wind against the rock below, that William didn't much like to go alone. When he went back with the wine, the captain said, "William, what kept you so long?" "Mr. St. Liver says that you were afraid to go down into the cellar." Now, wasn't that odd, for it was a real fact? Before William could reply, Sir Giles said, "A man might well be afraid to go anywhere alone in a night like this." Whereupon the captain cried, with an oath, that he would go down the underground stair, and into every vault on the way, for the wager of a guinea. And there the matter, according to William, dropped, for the fresh wine was put on the table. But after they had drunk the most of it, the captain, according to William, drinking less than usual, it was brought up again, he couldn't tell by which of them. And in 5 minutes after, they were all at my door, demanding the key of the room at the top of the stair. I was just going up to see poor Emily, when I heard the noise of their unsteady feet coming along the passage to my door, and I gave the captain the key at once, wishing with all my heart he might get a good fright for his pains. He took a jug with him, too, to bring some water up from the well, as a proof he had been down. The rest of the gentlemen went with him into the little cellar room, but they wouldn't stop there till he came up again. They said it was so cold. They all came into my room, where they talked as gentlemen wouldn't do if the wine hadn't got uppermost. It was some time before the captain returned. It's a good way down and back. When he came in at last, he looked as if he had got the fright I wished him. He had such a scared look. The candle in his lantern was out, and there was no water in the jug. "There's your guinea, St. Liver," says he, throwing it on the table. "You needn't ask me any questions, for I won't answer one of them." "Captain," says I, as he turned to leave the room, and the other gentlemen rose to follow him, "I'll just hang up the key again." "By all means," says he. "Where is it, then?" says I. He started and made as if he searched his pockets all over for it. "I must have dropped it," says he, "but it's of no consequence. You can send William to look for it in the morning. It can't be lost, you know." "Very well, Captain," said I. But I didn't like being without the key, because of course he hadn't locked the door, and that part of the house has a bad name, and no wonder. It wasn't exactly pleasant to have the door left open. All this time I couldn't get to see how Emily was. As often as I looked from my window, I saw her light in the old west turret out there. "Samuel," You know the room where the bed is still. The rain and the wind will be blowing right through it tonight. That's the bed you was born upon, Samuel. It's all gone now, sir, turret and all, like a good deal more about the old place. But there's a story about that turret afterwards, only I mustn't try to tell you the things at once. Now I had told the Indian woman that if anything happened, if she was worse, or wanted to see me, she must put the candle on the right side of the window, and I should always be looking out, and would come directly, whoever might wait. For I was expecting you sometime soon, and nobody knew anything about when you might come. But there the blind continued drawn down as before. So I thought all was going on right. And what with the storm keeping Sir Giles, and so many more that would have gone home that night, there was no end of work, and some contrivance necessary, I can't tell you, to get them all bedded for the night, for we were nothing too well provided with blankets and linen in the house. There was always more room than money in it. So it was past 12 o'clock before I had a minute to myself, and that was only after they had all gone to bed, the bride and bridegroom in the crimson chamber, of course. Well, at last I crept quietly into Emily's room. I ought to have told you that I had not let her know anything about the wedding being that day, and had enjoined the heathen woman not to say a word, for I thought she might as well die without hearing about it. But I believe the vile wretch did tell her. When I opened the room door, there was no light there. I spoke, but no one answered. I had my own candle in my hand, but it had been blown out as I came up the stair. I turned and ran along the corridor to reach the main stair, which was the nearest way to my room, when all at once I heard such a shriek from the crimson chamber as I never heard in my life. It made me all creep like worms. And in a moment doors were opened, and lights came out, everybody looking terrified, and what with drink, and horror, and sleep, some of the gentlemen were awful to look upon. And the door of the crimson chamber opened too, and the captain appeared in his dressing gown, bawling out to know what was the matter, though I'm certain, to this day, the cry did come from that room, and that he knew more about it than any one else did. As soon as I got a light, however, which I did from Sir Giles's candle, I left them to settle it amongst them, and ran back to the west turret. When I entered the room, there was my dear girl, lying, white and motionless. There could be no doubt a baby had been born, but no baby was to be seen. I rushed to the bed, but though she was still warm, your poor mother was quite dead. There was no use in thinking about helping her, but what could have become of the child? As if by a light in my mind, I saw it all. I rushed down to my room, got my lantern, and, without waiting to be afraid, ran to the underground stairs, where I actually found the door standing open. I had not gone down more than 3 turnings, when I thought I'd heard a cry, and I sped faster still. And just about halfway down, there lay a bundle in a blanket. And however you got over the state I found you in, Samuel, I can't think. But I caught you up as you was, and ran to my own room with you, and I locked the door, and there being a kettle on the fire, and some conveniences in the place, I did the best for you I could. For the breath wasn't out of you, though it well might have been. And then I laid you before the fire, and by that time you had begun to cry a little, to my great pleasure, and then I got a blanket off my bed, and wrapped you up in it, and, the storm being abated by this time, made the best of my way with you through the snow to the lodge, where William's wife lived. It was not so far off then as it is now. But in the midst of my trouble the silly body did make me laugh, when he opened the door to me, and saw the bundle in my arms. Mrs. Prendergast, says he, I didn't expect it of you. Hold your tongue, I said. You would never have talked such nonsense if you had had the grace to have any of your own, says I. And with that I into the bedroom, and shut the door, and left him out there in his shirt. My sister and I soon got everything arranged, for there was no time to lose. And before morning I had all made tidy, and your poor mother lying, as sweet a corpse, as ever angel sought. And no one could say a word against her. And it's my belief that that villain made her believe somehow or other that she was as good as married to him. She was buried down there in the churchyard, close by the vestry door, said my aunt, sir, and all of our family have been buried there ever since, my son Tom's wife among them, sir. But what was that cry in the house? I asked, and what became of the black woman? The woman was never seen again in our quarter, and what the cry was my aunt never would say. She seemed to know though, notwithstanding, as she said, that Captain and Mrs. Crowfoot denied all knowledge of it. But the lady looked dreadful, she said, and never was well again, and died at the birth of her first child. That was the present Mrs. Oldcastle's father, sir. But why should the woman have left you on the stair, instead of drowning you in the well at the bottom? My aunt evidently thought there was some mystery about that as well as the other, for she had no doubt about the woman's intention. But all she would ever say concerning it was, the key was never found, Samuel. You see, I had to get a new one made, and she pointed to where it hung on the wall. But that doesn't look new now, she would say. The lock was very hard to fit again. And so you see, sir, I was brought up as her nephew, though people were surprised, no doubt, that William Weird's wife should have a child, and nobody know she was expecting. Well, with all the reports of the captain's money, none of it showed in this old place, which from that day began, as it were, to crumble away. There's been little repair done upon it since then. If it hadn't been a well-built place to begin with, it wouldn't be standing now, sir. But it's a very different place, I can't tell you. Why, all behind was a garden with terraces, and fruit trees, and gay flowers, to no end. I remember it as well as yesterday, nay, a great deal better, for the matter of that. For I don't remember yesterday at all, sir. I have tried a little to tell the story as he told it, but I am aware that I have succeeded very badly, for I am not like my friend in London, who, I verily believe, could give you an exact representation of any dialect he ever heard. I wish I had been able to give a little more of the form of the old man's speech. All I have been able to do is to show a difference from my own way of telling a story. But in the main, I think I have reported it correctly. I believe if the old man was correct in representing his aunt's account, the story is very little altered between us. But why should I tell such a story at all? I am willing to allow, at once, that I have very likely given it more room than it deserves in these poor annals of mine. But the reason why I tell it at all is simply this, that, as it came from the old man's lips, it interested me greatly. It certainly did not produce the effect I had hoped to gain from an interview with him, namely, a reduction to the common and present. For all this ancient tale tended to keep up the sense of distance between my day's experience at the hall and the work I had to do amongst my cottagers and tradespeople. Indeed, it came very strangely upon that experience. But surely you did not believe such an extravagant tale? The old man was in his dotage, to begin with. Had the old man been in his dotage, which he was not, my answer would have been a more triumphant one. For when was dotage consistently and imaginatively inventive? But why should I not believe the story? There are people who can never believe anything that is not, I do not say merely in accordance with their own character, but in accordance with the particular mood they may happen to be in at the time it is presented to them. They know nothing of human nature beyond their own immediate preference, at the moment, for port or sherry, for vice or virtue. To tell me there could not be a man so lost to shame, if to rectitude, as Captain Proudfoot, is simply to talk nonsense. Nay, gentle reader, if you, and let me suppose I address a lady, if you will give yourself up for 30 years to doing just whatever your lowest self, and not your best self, may like, I will warrant you capable, by the end of that time, of child murder at least. I do not think the descent to avarice is always easy, but it is always possible. Many and many such a story was fact in old times, and human nature being the same still, though under different restraints, equally horrible things are constantly in progress towards the windows of the newspapers. But the whole tale has such a melodramatic air. That argument simply amounts to this, that because such subjects are capable of being employed with great dramatic effect, and of being at the same time very badly represented, therefore they cannot take place in real life. But ask any physician of your acquaintance whether a story is unlikely simply because it involves terrible things such as do not occur every day. The fact is that such things, occurring monthly or yearly only, are more easily hidden away out of sight. Indeed, we can have no sense of security for ourselves except in the knowledge that we are striving up and away, and therefore cannot be sinking nearer to the region of such awful possibilities. Yet, as I said before, I am afraid I have given it too large a space in my narrative. Only it so forcibly reminded me at the time of the expression I could not understand upon Miss Oldcastle's face, and since then has been so often recalled by circumstances and events, that I felt impelled to record it in full. And now I have done with it. I left the old man with thanks for the kind reception he had given me, and walked home, revolving many things with which I shall not detain the attention of my reader. Indeed, my thoughts were confused and troubled, and would ill bear analysis or record. I shut myself up in my study, and tried to read a sermon of Jeremy Taylor. But it would not do. I fell fast asleep over it at last, and woke refreshed. Chapter 8. What I preached. During the suffering which accompanied the disappointment at which I have already hinted, I did not think it inconsistent with the manly spirit in which I was resolved to endure it, to seek consolation from such a source as the New Testament, if mayhap consolation for such a trouble was to be found there. Whereupon, a little to my surprise, I discovered that I could not read the epistles at all. For I did not then care an atom for the theological discussions in which I had been interested before, and for the sake of which I had read those epistles. Now that I was in trouble, what to me was that philosophical theology staring me in the face, from out the sacred page? Ah! Reader, do not misunderstand me. All reading of the book is not reading of the word. And many that are first shall be last, and the last first. I know now that it was Jesus Christ and not theology that filled the hearts of the men that wrote those epistles, Jesus Christ, the living, loving God-man, whom I found, not in the epistles, but in the Gospels. The Gospels contain what the apostles preached, the epistles what they wrote after the preaching. And until we understand the Gospel, the good news of Jesus Christ our brother King, until we understand him, until we have his Spirit, promised so freely to them that ask it, all the epistles, the words of men who were full of him, and wrote out of that fullness, who loved him so utterly that by that very love they were lifted into the air of pure reason, and right, and would die for him. and did die for him, without two thoughts about it, in the very simplicity of no choice. The letters, I say, of such men are to us a sealed book. Until we love the Lord so as to do what he tells us, we have no right to have an opinion about what one of those men meant, for all they wrote is about things beyond us. The simplest woman who tries not to judge her neighbor, or not to be anxious for the morrow, will better know what is best to know than the best reed bishop without that one simple outgoing of his highest nature in the effort to do the will of him who thus spoke. But I have, as is too common with me, been led away by my feelings from the path to the object before me. What I wanted to say was this, that although I could make nothing of the epistles, could see no possibility of consolation for my distress springing from them, I found it altogether different when I tried the gospel once more. Indeed, it then took such a hold of me as it had never taken before. Only that is simply saying nothing. I found out that I had known nothing at all about it, that I had only a certain surface knowledge, which tended rather to ignorance, because it fostered the delusion that I did know that man, Christ Jesus. Ah, Lord, I would go through fire and water to sit the last at thy table in thy kingdom, but dare I say now I know thee. But thou art the gospel, for thou art the way, the truth, and the life, and I have found thee the gospel. For I found, as I read, that thy very presence in my thoughts, not as the theologians show thee, but as thou showedst thyself to them who report thee to us, smoothed the troubled waters of my spirit, so that, even while the storm lasted, I was able to walk upon them to go to thee. And when those waters became clear, I most rejoiced in their clearness because they mirrored thy form, because thou wert there to my vision, the one ideal, the perfect man, the God perfected as King of men by working out his godhood in the work of man, revealing that God and man are one, that to serve God, a man must be partaker of the divine nature, that for a man's work to be done thoroughly, God must come and do it first himself, that to help men, he must be what he is, man in God, God in man, visibly before their eyes, or to the hearing of their ears. So much I saw, and therefore, when I was once more in a position to help my fellows, what could I want to give them but that which was the very bread and water of life to me, the Saviour himself? And how was I to do this? By trying to represent the man in all the simplicity of his life, of his sayings and doings, of his refusals to say or do. I took the story from the beginning and told them about the baby, trying to make the fathers and mothers and all whose love for children supplied the lack of fatherhood and motherhood feel that it was a real baby boy. And I followed the life on and on, trying to show them how he felt, as far as one might dare to touch such sacred things, when he did so and so, or said so, and what his relation to his father and mother and brothers and sisters was, and to the different kinds of people who came about him. And I tried to show them what his sayings meant, as far as I understood them myself, and where I could not understand them I just told them so, and said I hoped for more light by and by to enable me to understand them, telling them that hope was a sharp goad to my resolution, driving me on to do my duty, because I knew that only as I did my duty would light go up in my heart, making me wise to understand the precious words of my Lord. And I told them that if they would try to do their duty, they would find more understanding from that than from any explanation I could give them. And so I went on from Sunday to Sunday, and the number of people that slept grew less and less, until, at last, it was reduced to the church warden, Mr. Brownrigg, and an old washerwoman, who, poor thing, stood so much all the week, that sitting down with her was like going to bed, and she never could do it. as she told me, without going to sleep. I, therefore, called upon her every Monday morning, and had 5 minutes chat with her as she stood at her washtub, wishing to make up to her for her drowsiness, and thinking that if I could once get her interested in anything, she might be able to keep awake a little while at the beginning of the sermon, for she gave me no chance of interesting her on Sundays, going fast asleep the moment I stood up to preach. I never got so far as that, however, and the only fact that showed me I had made any impression upon her, beyond the pleasure she always manifested when I appeared on the Monday, was that, whereas all my linen had been very badly washed at first, a decided improvement took place after a while, beginning with my surplice and bands, and gradually extending itself to my shirts and handkerchiefs, till at last even Mrs. Pearson was unable to find any fault with the poor old sleepy woman's work. For Mr. Brownrigg, I am not sure that the sense of any one sentence I ever uttered, down to the day of his death, entered into his brain. I dare not say his mind or heart. With regard to him, and millions besides, I am more than happy to obey my Lord's command, and not judge. But it was not long either before my congregations began to improve, whatever might be the cause. I could not help hoping that it was really because they liked to hear the gospel, that is, the good news about Christ himself. And I always made use of the knowledge I had of my individual hearers, to say what I thought would do them good. Not that I ever preached at anybody, I only sought to explain the principles of things in which I knew action of some sort was demanded from them. For I remembered how our Lord's sermon against covetousness, with the parable of the rich man with the little barn, had for its occasion the request of the man that our Lord would interfere to make his brother share with him, which he declining to do, yet gave both brothers a lesson such as, if they wished to do what was right, would help them to see clearly what was the right thing to do in this and every such matter. Clear the mind's eye, by washing away the covetousness, and the whole nature would be full of light, and the right walk would speedily follow. Before long, likewise, I was as sure of seeing the pale face of Thomas Weir perched, like that of a man beheaded for treason, upon the apex of the gablet of the old tomb, as I was of hearing the wonderful playing of that husky old organ, of which I have spoken once before. I continued to pay him a visit every now and then, and I assure you, never was the attempt to be thoroughly honest towards a man better understood or more appreciated than my attempt was by the Atheistical carpenter. The man was no more an atheist than David was when he saw the wicked spreading like a green bay tree, and was troubled at the sight. He only wanted to see a God in whom he could trust. And if I succeeded at all in making him hope that there might be such a God, it is to me one of the most precious seals of my ministry. But it was now getting very near Christmas, and there was one person whom I had never yet seen at church, that was Catherine Weir. I thought, at first, it could hardly be that she shrunk from being seen, for how then could she have taken to keeping a shop, where she must be at the beck of every one? I had several times gone and bought tobacco of her since that first occasion, and I had told my housekeeper to buy whatever she could from her, instead of going to the larger shop in the place, at which Mrs. Pearson had grumbled a good deal, saying how could the things be so good out of a poky shop like that? But I told her I did not care if the things were not quite as good, for it would be of more consequence to Catherine to have the custom than it would be to me to have the one lump of sugar I put in mighty of a morning, one shade, or even 2 shades whiter. So I had contrived to keep up a kind of connection with her, although I saw that any attempt at conversation was so distasteful to her, that it must do harm until something should have brought about a change in her feelings, though what feeling wanted changing, I could not at first tell. I came to the conclusion that she had been wronged grievously, and that this wrong, operating on a nature similar to her father's, had drawn all her mind to brood over it. The world itself, the whole order of her life, everything about her, would seem then to have wronged her, and to speak to her of religion would only rouse her scorn, and make her feel as if God himself, if there were a God, had wronged her too. Evidently, likewise, she had that particularity of strong and developed natures, of being unable, once possessed by one set of thoughts, to get rid of it again, or to see anything except in the shadow of those thoughts. I had no doubt, however, at last, that she was ashamed of her position in the eyes of society, although a hitherto indomitable pride had upheld her to face it so far as was necessary to secure her independence, both of which, pride and shame, prevented her from appearing where it was unnecessary, and especially in church. I could do nothing more than wait for a favorable opportunity. I could invent no way of reaching her yet, for I had soon found that kindness to her boy was regarded rather in the light of an insult to her. I should have been greatly puzzled to account for his being such a sweet little fellow, had I not known that he was a great deal with his aunt and grandfather. A more attentive and devout worshipper was not in the congregation than that little boy. Before going on to speak of another of the most remarkable of my parishioners, whom I have just once mentioned, I believe already, I should like to say that on 3 several occasions before Christmas I had seen Judy look grave. She was always quite well behaved in church, though restless, as one might expect. But on these occasions she was not only attentive, but grave, as if she felt something or other. I will not mention what subjects I was upon at those times, because the mention of them would not, in the minds of my readers, at all harmonize with the only notion of Judy they can yet, by possibility, have. For Mrs. Oldcastle, I never saw her change countenance or even expression at anything, I mean in church,